Let everyone get situated. Welcome back, everybody. We're about to get started. Selena, I'm trying to share my screen. Okay. Why isn't it? Selena, are you able to share the PowerPoint real quick until I figure out why mine's not working?
Yes, ma'am. Give me one moment.
Awesome. Okay, so good morning and welcome to the 16th annual Southern New Mexico Diabetes Outreach Diabetes Expo. I am your host, Katie Monso. This is our first time holding the expo via Zoom, but we expect you'll enjoy it from the comfort of your own home. Sorry you got booted out originally. It was some behind the scenes housekeeping we had to take care of. So as you are aware, November is Diabetes Awareness Month, and today is particularly important because it is World Diabetes Day. We want to thank the City of Las Cruces for honoring this month by shining blue lights on City Hall, which can be viewed for the rest of November. So please make sure and go check it out if you live locally. So now for a few housekeeping items before we begin. All attendees are muted and their cameras are off. You are, however, able to ask questions in the Q&A box that will be viewed by speakers and their moderators. At the end of each presentation, the speaker will be able to answer the questions that were posed in the chat. The Q&A box is located at the bottom of your Zoom screen. You also have the option of making your questions anonymous before you submit your question. Also, if you'd like to listen to the expo in Spanish, we have Dr. Mora here to translate. You can access the translation by going to the bottom of your screen and selecting interpretation, then select Spanish, then mute original audio. And we also have that slide in Spanish for you as well. In addition, throughout today, we will have poll questions asked to the audience to make this more interactive. So hopefully you'll enjoy that. Lastly, I want to send a special thank you to Selena Gomez, June Donahue, and Lourdes Olivas for working tirelessly to make this year's expo possible. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Raul Marquez, and he is going to be discussing the importance of proper nutrition and exercise for those with diabetes. So thank you for joining us, Raul.
Hi, good morning. How's everybody doing? Hope we're all doing well. So let's get started here. So yes, as mentioned, I am here. Well, I'm trying to find my screen to share. What? Should that give me a couple of seconds here? Because I have my PowerPoint to be able to share with you all. But I'll be talking about the importance of exercise and how that benefits you when you have diabetes, either type 1 or type 2, as well as the importance of nutrition and kind of eating for exercise as well. I won't go too much into the heavy details. Can everybody see my screen? Maybe in the chat box, type yes. Because on the top it says I'm sharing my screen.
Yes, you can see it.
Thank you. But all right, so. Oh, did I skip one? No. Okay. All right, so what makes exercising hard? Generally, we have a little bit of Q&A and some audience participation. Not entirely possible right now, but some of the things that I've seen and where the research shows that makes exercising hard can be quote unquote experts and gurus, especially now with social media. Everybody has a loud phone or a loudspeaker and can claim to be some sort of exercise specialist or a nutritionist or someone to listen to about exercise because they did a specific plan and they have six-pack abs and they're cut and they look photo ready and all that. And so it can definitely make it very hard for some people to want to figure out if that program is going to work for them or not. Also the media, TV, blogs, news articles kind of goes along the same lines as social media, but it doesn't always help because they want ratings, they want eyes on the screen, and they want what's catchy. And sometimes that's the idea of HIIT and high intensity exercise and doing really hard things like CrossFit. And I'm not saying it's terrible. For general population, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. Obviously, if you have a really good coach, and that's where I kind of come in, or some of us kind of come in, is you have a competent professional there to help scale everything either down or up for you for your abilities so that you don't get hurt, and we minimize those risks. But kind of fad workouts and products. I mean, we all remember the shake weight. Right now, I saw a really big one that's like basically a big piece of plastic, and it's a slider, and you swivel your hips back and forth. Again, not saying it's a terrible piece of exercise equipment or anything like that, but more than likely it gets used and then put away somewhere. Boot camps is another one. They pop up everywhere, and then they're there for a month and then they're gone. Or you do it with friends and it's like, hey, come on. And it really gets difficult to follow a program if you can't find the right one. You might have a drill instructor in that boot camp, and that's not your style. That's personally not my style. I'm not a boot camp personal trainer or coach. I'm very much the cheerleader, encourager, but with some tough love mixed in. Obviously, with some teenage kids that I've worked with, I do tend to be the boot camp instructor for obvious reasons, but they're kind of used to that as well. Money, we don't always have money to have access to a good gym. I mean, Planet Fitness is great for offering the $10 a month and making that access really easy. They have their own restrictions and all that, but Fitness One or Arrowwood Strength Training do tend to have options that not everybody can afford. If you want to invest in your health, which I highly recommend, and that's usually how I frame it, it's a very good investment to make. Time. And what I learned early on in my exercise physiology class was it's not necessarily that you don't have time, is that we don't often want to make the time, or we have a perceived lack of time, especially now that we have these handy dandy things. We spend lots of hours aimlessly scrolling and liking and doing things and trying to learn. Sometimes, it can be beneficial. Technology does help, hence this whole thing, getting information out to a lot more people in trying times, but it's not always a priority on a lot of our lists. We need to worry about food or childcare or taking care of a family member or a lot of other things. So time can definitely be something that is very constraining. Knowledge, not everybody knows how to work out, what sets, reps are, or how much time you should rest in between each. And all that's fun stuff that we get to learn about and experience through our job and our passion. And so it can get kind of difficult in knowing, should I run more, or should I lift weights more, or should I do something else? Should I do yoga and all that stuff, or do everything? And I'll kind of get to some of the recommendations that I make towards the end. Science and research can also make it hard because, again, we have media promoting science and research saying, it's better to run before you work out, especially on days that end in Y. But then if you're between the ages of 18 and 23 and a half, you should lift before you run, especially between the hours of 3 and 5. I'm obviously being very sarcastic here because research can get very specific like that. And then also research can give us information that may not necessarily always apply to the same population. I mean, there's a lot of research, thank God, that's been done for the population that have type 2 diabetes and type 1. The government funds a lot of research to help give us that information. And so for that population, there is a lot that can be helpful. And then also emotions psychology. Not everybody likes to exercise. I hear it all the time. It's like, oh, I hate it. I'm never going to love it. I hate to run. I don't want to run. I hate to swim, bike, whatever, insert exercise that makes it, or insert activity that is hard. And that's fair. It's not supposed to be easy. You're supposed to sweat a little bit. It's going to hurt. It's kind of, it's going to be uncomfortable. It shouldn't hurt. And so that can definitely play a big role, as well as the built environment. Again, if you have sidewalks, then that's great. You can walk. If you don't, then you're probably not going to be able to walk. Or if you have access to a park, then great. You walk, take your kids to exercise, and then you get some exercise too. But if you don't, then you have to drive, and now it's a big hassle. And you're like, you know what? Never mind. It's too much time. I can't do it. And then also fear. We're scared. It's going to hurt. Again, it's going to be uncomfortable. We have these perceived notions that it's not always going to be very comfortable. And so those are some of the things that I feel, and a lot of research says that make exercising hard, as well as nutrition. We'll go into that. And there's a lot of crossover, I feel. Again, same thing with experts and social media influencers. Everybody has a megaphone right now that can say, hey, take this tea, take this supplement, do this specific nutrition routine, because it helped me get skinny. It helped me get 6-pack abs. It helped me put on 10 pounds of muscle in 2 days. And so it can get very enticing to want to do those, try and get those results quick. And it's not often the case. Again, media and TV blogs, they report, I personally remember as being a little kid, and it stuck with me, and it's probably why I do what I do, that there was always a debate like, oh, are eggs good or eggs are bad? Oh, eggs are good, eggs are bad, eggs are good, eggs are bad, coffee is good, coffee's bad. And so it just back and forth, and it gets very confusing to know. And then also, again, same thing, fad diets, just like fad exercises, we have fad diets, paleo, keto, what else? Whole30, Atkins, low carb, high carb, no carb, which are, again, get very, very, create very heated debates. And you have experts or medical professionals who want to push these forward. And again, it makes it harder for the public to decide whether or not it's perfect for them. If it's a professional, if it's a doctor saying, hey, you should only eat meat and you'll be okay, or you should only eat keto and you'll be okay. And so it can get very, very confusing. And it's not always the answer. There's no such thing as one size fits all. And it's hence why, a lot of those professionals kind of disagree and have to get frustrated with this. One of my pet peeves, nutrition shops. They pop up around town, and it's Everybody Nutrition. Not to call anybody out, but the ones that kind of come to mind are Everybody Nutrition, Forever Nutrition, and they're labeled nutrition when in reality they're supplement shops. And they're selling you supplements. Yes, they create a community. Yes, you exercise. That aspect is great, and I'm all for that. But the addition or the idea that you have to take these supplements specifically to create health is, for me, a very literally, or not, but figuratively, and kind of a tough pill to swallow or a powder to take. Same thing with science and research. We always hear about, oh, too much protein is bad, too much protein is good, or you should have high protein, or it's bad for these people, it's good for these people. And so it can get very difficult to know what the media is reporting and what it did. I mean, I do appreciate the access to information. And if you have knowledgeable friends, or if you have some interest and, can educate yourself on that, and have the ability to digest the information, it's great. Money. We always think that eating healthy costs money. It doesn't have to be that way. The two things that I do advise people on the most for managing their finances with their food is the Dirty Dozen and the Clean 15 food lists. They're put out, I believe, annually by the FDA, and it's the Dirty Dozen is the top 12 foods that always test high for pesticides, residues, and other harmful chemicals that you should be washing, and you should ideally try to get organic. The Clean 15 are the 15 that are always very low in pesticide residue, and you're fine not getting those organic, saving some money there. So you don't have to worry about having to really buy everything organic and all that stuff, because there is a price increase. And with that, I usually tell people, eat as best as you can for the budget you have, what your bank account will allow. Same thing with knowledge. Not all of us grew up with the same knowledge, same ideas, and we digest information differently, and we absorb knowledge differently. And, we all live different active lifestyles as well. And so there's different things that we can do there that I'll touch on. Same thing with time. Some of us have time to meal prep. Some of us have a partner or significant other that can help us meal prep. Some of us don't, or don't have the knowledge to. on how to meal prep. And so it can get kind of difficult there. Emotions and psychology, there's not to put it lightly, but there are eating disorders for a reason, and it's not a positive reason, but they exist, and we need to address those as well. And so our feelings are tied to food, and food is tied to our feelings. And so it's a nice little cycle there that can be positive or negative. And hopefully working with a professional can help. Built environment. If you have fast food all around you or nothing but gas station shops, and the closest Walmart with the produce section or Albertsons or a place that has fresh produce is 10 miles away, probably less likely to go than if it's a McDonald's down the street. And so it can definitely get difficult there. Being here, we have farmers markets everywhere, farmers everywhere. So I think we have a nice grasp on that. And I do believe that we do a good job of supporting our farmers around this community. And then also fear. We're scared. We don't want to give up. We don't want to feel like we're giving something up or that we're doing something that's not going to make us happy. And so I really do my best to help people understand that you don't have to give anything up. We can just plan for things to be a little bit different, but you get breaks. Not to say it, but diet breaks. You get to enjoy the foods, and that's why at the bottom of the slides I have the tacos, burgers, pizza, pie, and donuts. I love donuts, and I run because I love donuts, and also because I love running. But I don't try to put that negative stigma on myself for it, And so to kind of sum up and help you create something that's simple for understanding exercise, here's what we know. You have to move, whether it be on land, sea, or your insert favorite wheels, skates, skateboard, bicycle. You have to move in some way, shape, or form. You can do it alone, or you can do it with friends. Whatever your preference is, by all means, we are social creatures. So if you do it with friends, it's that much more fun if they're suffering with you or with us. Again, we have to move more than we sit. You can work on aerobic fitness, we need to work on aerobic fitness. We also need to work on strength. There's a lot of research that says that, and I'll touch on those, about the benefits of strength training. And strength doesn't necessarily have to equate to weights. It could also be resistance band or calisthenics. Gymnastics are pound for pound some of the strongest athletes out there, and they use nothing but their body weight. And it should also be fun. You can do it for fun, just kind of like going out for a walk, or you can do it competitively and do, a weekend 5K, 10K, or whatever race and try to place. And so those are some of the things that you can think about when trying to find an exercise program that works for you. And then simplifying nutrition, it doesn't have to be complicated. It shouldn't be complicated. And what we know is that we need fruits, we need vegetables, we need protein, whether it be plant or animal. We need variety. Your plates should always be colorful. We need water, we need electrolytes, and the less processed a food is, the better. Now, I know technically having ham or bacon or beef is technically processed, but when we talk about, I guess, processed, we also talk about those sweets, those foods that are in a box that come with a little cartoon that say, "Hey, I'm delicious, eat me." And so we want to try to limit those as best as we can. And so now I'll go into some of the specifics about the benefits of exercise, especially with those for type 2 diabetes and what the research has shown. In terms of aerobic exercise, that's walking, running, swimming, all that type of stuff. You will get improved glucose control. That means lowering your A1C. You'll increase insulin sensitivity. You'll improve your cardiovascular function. That's how your heart, lungs, and your blood vessels work. You'll have some weight loss if that's part of it as well. You improve your brain function, and I'll talk a little bit about that. Your mood gets better. Endorphins are a really amazing drug. And the initial beginnings of my exercise programs are not always fun, but once I start getting back into it, those endorphins kick in, and I love running again. But you improve bone mineral density. That's a lot that's very important as we age. We lose some of those, and with nutrition, it does help, but nothing is better than exercise for that. And you also improve your quality of life. A lot of the goals or the outcomes that I help reframe for people without telling them like, hey, I understand your frustration with not losing any weight this week or for the past month, but if you have grandkids, were you able to play with them longer? Can you get up and down off the stairs, up and down the stairs a lot easier? Can you take the stairs? Are you getting in and out of your car a lot easier without making noises, creaking or cracking? And that's quality of life. If you can do all those things better, that's something that's beneficial. And in terms of aerobic exercise, you decrease your risk of a cardiovascular event, whether it be a blood clot, a stroke, or a heart attack. And you even decrease all-cause mortality. That means you get to live a little bit longer. In addition to potential reversal of type 2 diabetes, you having some of those metabolic abnormalities more or less go away. You can't cure diabetes, and that's why there it says reversal, because you won't have some of the symptoms, but you can always go back to it if, again, we don't take care of our bodies and nourish them well. And so to kind of give you an idea, the ACSM's guidelines for physical activity in the CDC is moderate exercise of 150 to 300 minutes a week. That can be 50 to 100 minutes a day, 3 times a week, or 30 to 60 minutes, 5 times a week, where you at least get 2 rest days. And that's moderate exercise. That's something where you're having to huff and puff a little bit. It's not like you're having your hands on your knees, you're going up a mountain, something like that. Maybe going around the base of a mountain could be something moderate. Vigorous exercise would be like if you're going up a mountain during that steep part, or you're trying to sprint jog up a mountain. That's vigorous. And that's 75 to 150 minutes per week, 25 to 50 minutes a day, 25 to 50 minutes a day, 3 times a week, or 15 to 30 minutes a day for 5 times a week. And so that seems kind of a little, that may seem enticing. It's like, oh, only for 15 minutes. But the idea is, and that's where the high intensity interval training can come in. The idea is that it's high intensity. It's 15 minutes, but it's 15 minutes that's going to be very, very uncomfortable. You're going to be huffing and puffing for the most part. You don't have to be, it doesn't have to be an all-out sprint for 15 minutes, because that's not going to happen. But those are just some of the benefits that the research has shown that you have with just specifically aerobic exercise. And then in terms of brain function, a lot of what the research that I read and digested and how I kind of put it out is, with brain function and aerobic activity, yes, doing Sudoku is awesome. Doing crosswords is great because you do get to work those specific types of mental tasks, mental acuity tasks. But with brain function and aerobic exercise helps improve your cardiovascular system. Think of it as your plumbing. If your plumbing is great and you can transport blood, oxygen, nutrients everywhere better, especially to the brain, then we know that it's going to be much more beneficial than just doing sitting down and doing crossword puzzles or Sudoku. Again, not saying that don't have anything against that, but aerobic exercise has been shown to drastically improve brain function as well. With resistance training, you'll see a lot of this similar improvements in improved glucose control, improved insulin sensitivity. You'll increase strength, which is always great. I'm a big proponent of that. You'll see weight loss. You don't have to do cardio to lose weight. You can also lift weights or push heavy things or do hard things. Again, it also improves brain function for the same reasons. Your mood, your bone mineral density, and the quality of connective tissue. So your tendons and your ligaments, you need tension. Just mechanically speaking, the way those tissues work, you need tension in some way, shape, or form. Again, you can use machines, your own body, or bands, but you need tension. You have a decreased risk for injuries related to activities of daily living. So let's say we're going upstairs and we're a lot stronger if we trip, which can be a great risk as we get older. We want to make sure that we can be strong to, one, recover from those, but also decrease our likelihood of falling, and as well as decreasing the risk of all-cause mortality. I usually tell one of my things that I tell clients when I train them is, being strong fixes a lot of things. It makes you a lot harder to break. It makes it a lot harder for you to get hurt. Again, if you have a lot of padding, if you have a lot of protective tissue around your bones, if you fall, you may not break your hip, you may not break your arm, your wrist. I mean, you'll get some scrapes, you may fracture it. Obviously, there's things outside of our control. You may just land weird, but if we have strong bones, because we resistance train, then we're less likely to. in addition to actually also potentially reversing type 2 diabetes with resistance training. It doesn't have to, again, be aerobic exercise. Everybody has the perceived notion that, you know, walk, running, or some sort of cardio is the end all be all for weight loss or reversing type 2, and it's not. Type 2 diabetes, it's not. You can also lift weights and it'll help. And so for the ACSM, I'm sorry, the ACSM is the American College of Sports Medicine, and the CDC is the Center for Disease Control. Their guidelines for resistance training are for moderate and high intensity resistance training at least twice a week for all major muscle groups. And that includes, you know, your chest, because that's one of the bigger muscle groups, your back, and your legs. And so there's different programs out there that you can find. And I'll talk about resources as well, but at least 2 times a week, 3 is ideal for developing your own program. And so now benefits for exercise for those with type 1. Again, not too different. There are some differences, very slight, because you have a dysfunction in your pancreas that won't produce the insulin. You won't have as much of a reversal, obviously, because it's just an autoimmune disease at this point. So with aerobic training, you'll still get improved glucose control, insulin sensitivity, you'll have a better lipid profile, and increase and better bone mineral density, again, depending on the types of activities that you do, and vascular health as well is improved. With resistance training, again, same thing, improved glucose control, insulin sensitivity, lipid profile, bone mineral density. Here, though, I did want to mention that with resistance training, in those with type 2 diabetes, type 1, smaller decrease in blood glucose happened during the workout. So you won't have to worry about having to supplement with a sugary drink or taking less insulin. You know, you should be okay. Obviously, test it out, speak with your doctor, let them know what you're doing so they can kind of help guide you as well. And then also you'll have relatively stable blood sugar afterwards, as with aerobic training. Based on what you do, the intensity, the time, and the distance, you'll have a greater decrease for potentially going into hypotension, hypoglycemia, if you're not fueling yourself adequately. If you don't have a sugary drink with you, or if you don't have a snack afterwards, your blood sugar can definitely go down very low and get dangerous. So those are some things to monitor while you're, if you have type 1. But otherwise, you'll see similar benefits. And so the role of nutrition: how do we fuel and how does it benefit? For protein, the main functions are to build muscle, cell walls, and cell signaling. It helps with our hormone production, creation, and it's also a buffer system so that our blood doesn't get too acidic or too basic. And why I promote or worry more about protein is for, again, those muscle building properties, as well as, you know, you have increased satiety, you have improved signaling to build muscle, and better blood glucose management. And, you know, I'm not saying that animal is better. It says better able with animal sources of protein, but that's only because there's no carbs with animal sources of protein. You know, if you're eating rice and beans that have protein, or quinoa, there's also a carb component to it. Soy has less, but it will still have some. So you'll have to play around with that. And in terms of recommendations of how you can apply this, I would say, you know, 0.8 to 1 gram per kilo of ideal body weight if you're not already at your ideal body weight. If you're overweight or obese, you know, there's some things that we need to recalculate to make sure you're getting enough. For exercise, if you're exercising resistance training primarily, you know, 1.2 to 1.5 grams per kilo, endurance 1.5 to 2.5, and that's mainly because with endurance we're talking upwards of 60 minutes of activity. After 60 minutes of activity, it's a lot of activity for you to do. That requires you to make sure that you get enough protein to repair the tissues that are getting damaged. Exercise is the stress, and it's damaging to our muscles, and so we need to make sure that we have those amino acids available to repair the tissue. Carbs. There are preferred fuel source for long duration or high intensity exercise. The type of carbs and timing around exercise should be considered. So we want to make sure that, you know, before or during exercise, it's low fiber. We don't want to have any GI issues, especially if you're going to go for a walk. high glycemic index, something kind of like berries or a fruit that's, sweet, and that's our body will kind of instantly digest and absorb. Pasta is not good. Because again, it's going to take some time to digest. It's complex, and you won't get that energy till maybe after you're done. And so for afterwards, little to no, if you have little or no time and you want to have a snack afterwards, a high quality and high glycemic. So think fruit smoothie, again, fruit, maybe a little bit of nuts to help give you some protein as well. If you're going to have a meal, have a high quality starch, potatoes, pasta, bread, whole grain to add some fiber, but not too much. Because again, we don't want to have too many GI issues there. And with those with type 1, monitor your levels carefully during and after so you don't have a hypoglycemic event. Again, it's going to be, I can't give a general guideline here that says, oh, everyone with type 1 should do this snack because it'll be beneficial. Everyone's different. Some people may be used to fasting, some people may not. I know it's very big right now. Again, experiment very carefully, but know your body and always be prepared for something and have a snack. Regardless if you have type 1 or type 2, have a snack. Because if you're not used to exercising and stressing your body, it can get, a little scary. And so always at least have a snack, again, a piece of fruit, maybe a bar can work just fine. And so definitely have those available. And in terms of fat, it helps. We do need some, and it delays gastric emptying, leading to lower blood levels 2 hours post a meal. So if you have some fat, you don't have to have a lot, but if you have some fat, it'll help slow down the release of all the food in your stomach, and it'll keep your blood glucose levels low up to 2 hours after that meal. And again, more does not equal better. Too much fat can and will lead to hyperglycemia, which is definitely not what we want. And some fat is necessary for proper nutrition. And again, it's kind of individualized what works best for you. Peanut butter is okay with you because it does have some, or nuts are good for you because they do have fat, by all means. Same thing with avocados. They're a great source. Just be very mindful of, how your stomach, how your body reacts and digests it. And especially, I want to say that high fat is not advised for those with a family history of lipid problems or currently on medications or conditions with that impede fat metabolism, especially during exercise times. Because again, fat is not the most efficient source of fuel. So here we're talking about how to start. So for exercise, if you want to start aerobic training, just start. Just don't make it complicated. There's no perfect program. If you want to walk first, go for it. I highly suggest that. And make necessary adjustments. Be very honest with yourself on what your body can and cannot do. And just keep tracking. And rule of thumb is do not increase more than 1% a week. So if you're walking a mile, 1% of that is 0.01. So stick with a mile for a while. I would say do a mile for 3 weeks and then maybe do a mile and a half. See how your body feels. And you can increase the time that you're doing the activity, the distance that you're doing the activity, or the speed. I would recommend speed later on because it's a little bit more of a higher level motor task and it can get difficult and the risk for injury is a little bit higher, but it can be something that you do later on to kind of break up the monotony. Sorry, got a little distracted with some blinking lights. And at this point, I would say increase only one at a time. Maybe it's my cue for time. Yes. For time, distance, or speed, because we want to keep it fun. We want to find something that you like to do so that you can continue doing it. With resistance training, same thing. Just start. YouTube can be a good resource. Again, potentially finding the people that are good for you. Be careful who you watch from and who you learn from. But there are plenty of great resources out there. I use YouTube because I'm a visual learner. You'll learn a little bit more there. And it can be a very good resource. And same thing here, increase weight, repetitions, or sets, and only increase one at a time. Don't add 10 pounds to the bar or don't do an extra 10 pounds and then do another 5 repetitions and then add another set. That's a lot of fatigue and your body will not handle it well. And at the end, just keep it simple, silly. Don't overcomplicate it. Just like with nutrition, don't overcomplicate it. It can be very easy. Some disclaimers that I do want to say: heavy is heavy and hard is hard. I remind that because all of us want to look over and say, oh man, he has more weight than I do. His weight is heavier. That's fine for him because that's heavy for him. If it's heavy for you, it's heavy for you. Hard is hard. If walking a mile is hard for you, it's hard. That's where you start. That is perfectly okay, and that is fine. The other thing is there a big difference between pain and discomfort? If something hurts, if there's pain, stop. That's your body telling you that there's something wrong. If it's uncomfortable, if your muscles are burning, if your heart's beating a little bit, if you're sweating, as long as you're not getting lightheaded, please be okay with discomfort, but not pain. And a sample schedule can be on Monday, you do a full body workout. Tuesday, I just put walk for distance or time or some sort of aerobic activity, and then you rest. Then there's full body again on Thursday, you walk, another full body of resistance training, and then you rest again on Sunday. And there's just different ways. Again, there's no right schedule for everybody. It can be different. Use another one where you break it down by upper and lower. It's usually my favorite split, and it's kind of the program that I'm on right now. On Monday, I do a leg workout. On Tuesday, I do an upper body workout. Wednesday, I run. Thursday, again, legs. Friday, upper body. Today, I run. And tomorrow, I rest and recover. Or you can change it to full body walk, full body walk, full body walk, and rest. Where you do, if you like cardio a little bit more, you have 3 days of cardio and 3 days of resistance training. And again, these are just sample exercise schedules. Programs are different and they can get complicated. Again, can get complicated, but simple is best. And find something that works for you. And with nutrition, remember, food is fuel. If you're at a deficit, if you're trying to eat less calories to try and lose some weight, that's fine. But food is fuel. You still need to be able to do said exercise. And make small changes first. Cut out the soda, fast food, most ultra processed or the palatable foods, the high salt stuff. Add things to your diet: water, fruits, vegetables, and the ones that you like. If you don't like them, don't force yourself, because then you're just going to associate with negative feelings and you're going to be like, nope, not going to happen. Lean protein first. Manage your carbs and fats based on your preference and your needs. If you really like, chicken and steak, then by all means have those, and then focus on your vegetables and your fruits, and then also the carbs that you need for that day that you like. If you had a long run, have a potato, have some pasta, have some bread. If you only had like a short walk, that's fine. Maybe have half a potato, but you can still have the potato. Just manage those. And being in this setting of type 2 diabetes, you guys have been taught to a lot about how to manage your carbs and the portion sizes and things like that to help you. It's no different with nutrition. It's just kind of, I guess you can sandwich it around your exercise routine. Colorful plates, just like I talked about, and enjoy your food. And that's really big right now. With the idea of diet culture is that you should feel guilty when you're doing said things, and don't. Just enjoy your food. It's better to enjoy bad food than it is to eat it than feel guilty for it. And the research shows that planning diet breaks is very beneficial. Say, okay, fine, I'm going to do 2 weeks. I'm going to be very good. I'm not saying that you're not going to eat a donut, but if you do, it's okay. But after 2 weeks, I'll enjoy the donut a lot more, or I'll enjoy the the enchiladas from Andales. That'll be my treat. But it doesn't mean that any day can be a cheat day. You have to plan it. You have to be consistent and make sure that you're aware of these things. Some key considerations: be easy on yourself as you start, especially if you're a beginner. It's not a linear path. Just slow and steady wins the race. And track anything and everything you can. I don't want to add too much stress, but I want to make sure that you are able to get good data so that you can make better decisions. Your blood glucose, your whatever food you eat. MyFitnessPal is the one that I recommend the most. A written food log, your exercise schedule, so you know what's working and what's not. For those with type 1 diabetes, avoid exercising. If hyperglycemic, it will get worse. If you're on medications, those to look out for that can require change are insulin and insulin secretagogues, beta blockers. They can reduce your overall heart rate because that's kind of the point. Diuretics can increase the risk for dehydration or electrolyte imbalance. ACE inhibitors, aspirin, lipid-lowering agents, statins, they can increase the risk for myalgias and myositis, pains around the muscles. So the big thing here is just pre-exercise, blood glucose of less than 100, have some carbs, especially if you're on those medications listed there. If you want to take a quick screenshot, if you're on those, make sure you're eating something. If blood glucose is controlled, then you don't have to worry about it. If exercise is going to be about an hour or less, then you should be okay. Monitor, have that snack in case, but don't eat it. High intensity or long duration activities, as mentioned before, will need more carb intake before, during, or after to minimize side effects. I see that I'm running a little low on time. I won't try to speed through this, but again, keep it simple. Be smart, and SMART stands for specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time dependent. Set yourself a goal of, okay, I'm going to walk 3 times this week. Well, you know, or going to the gym. Let's say we're going to start next week and say, okay, I'm going to go to the gym 5 times a week. Probably not going to happen with the new restrictions that just came in place. So be smart about it. Build a routine. You have to rewire your brain. It's going to take time. New routines take time. You have to create those neural pathways to get you to think, okay, this is what I'm going to do. This is my new routine. And again, give it time. This is how we would like to think that it works. We all know it doesn't. That's the journey we all have, almost regardless of what we're doing: weight loss, weight gain, you know, a profession, all that stuff. And so please be kind to yourself. Give yourself some time, give yourself some grace. Just keep it simple though. And now I'll stop sharing my screen and see if I have a couple questions that I can try and answer.
Awesome. Thanks, Raul. Yeah, we do have a question for you.
Okay.
From April Montoya. So she had a question about the protein intake calculation. She asked if you can give an easier idea of how much a person should take in. For instance, if you started kilograms of weight and grams of protein.
One of the easier methods to use is 1 gram per pound of body weight. That's assuming you're at your ideal body weight. If you're overweight or if you're obese, now we're at a little bit higher. And if, like, as an example, if you're 200 and your ideal body weight is 170, and we do that, that's an extra 30 grams that may be hard to get in. So what I would say there is just go 1 gram per pound and subtract 50 from there. If you're overweight, I would say subtract 100 if you're obese. That's what I found to be pretty easy as a rule of thumb.
Perfect. And then one other question is, with the quarantine going on, how do you recommend starting a weight loss program or an exercise program for people that are new to exercise and diet?
There's plenty. If you have a smartphone, there's plenty of apps. There's Couch to 5K that'll help you if you want to get into a running or walking routine. Then there's also plenty of calisthenic apps, and calisthenics just means body weight. So we can all start. We can all do something at home: push-ups, squats, planks, lunges. We can do all those things without any equipment at all. I mean, Walmart will probably start getting ransacked pretty quick. Not just toilet paper, but weight resistance exercise stuff as well. So I would say if you have access to that, great. There's again plenty of programs. Plug for me, I do have a private practice where I do personal training and nutrition counseling as well over Skype. But there's plenty of apps, there's plenty of resources out there. Find something that you know you like. And again, that's a big thing here, is find something that you like. If you don't like to run, then don't go run. If you like to bike, then bike instead.
Perfect. Great advice. Appreciate it, Raul.
Of course.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, and have a good day.
You too. All right. So, Selena, if you could put it on the English version. Thank you. So I'm really excited to present our next speaker, Chris Maynard. He's going to talk to you about live your life from a diabetic firefighter's perspective. He has a great story, and I look forward to you all hearing it. Thanks, Chris.
Well, thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here. Being able to celebrate World Diabetes Day to me is an exciting time because we get to celebrate the faces behind it and the circle and what it represents. Raul, I appreciate what you had to say. a couple things that caught my eye is I always learn the KISS method as keep it simple, stupid. And so it makes me laugh and have fun with being able to throw silly in there. And then also throwing out the point of diabetes is not a one size fits all. And I think we all need to hone in on that, because what works for me may not work for you. And it's just a matter of all of us figuring that out. So Raul, I appreciate that. But as she said, my name is Chris Maynard. I have been a firefighter EMT for 20 years, and I've been a diabetic for nearly the same amount of time. But really the changing moment for me was when my wife and I found out our son will likely be a diabetic within the next 2 years. But first, when I say I'm excited to be here, trust me, as I've gotten to know June, TJ, Katie, Selena, and others, I know that Southern New Mexico is in the right hands, regardless of the limited resources they have and what you're given. I have so much appreciation for anyone, and especially them, that devotes their lives to helping us live with this disease. And I believe they're the right individuals in this position, because it really takes the right mindset and the right attitude and having extreme patience. So thank you, and thank you for your team. Coming into today, I want to encourage each of you to really take hold of this disease and to really appreciate the obstacles that we're given. Learning to accept what God has given us and to be able to live strong as a diabetic. What I've learned in my time is this: you, me, and every person in this world, whether you're a diabetic or not, we are responsible for our own health. We are responsible for our own happiness, and we are responsible for our own successes. When I was diagnosed as a type 1, my attitude about diabetes, I think, was a little different than most, because I saw it more as a challenge rather than something to be afraid of. Because up to that point in my life was fairly simple, and simple meaning I had a good family, I had a good job, and up to that point, really everything had been consistent and on track. However, it was just about a month later when the impact started, when I was kicked out of the military, something I wasn't expecting. I was diagnosed at 23 years old, and at home, my wife and I had a new baby, and so I had to quickly learn how to adjust with this disease, because I needed to be able to provide for them. At this point, because it didn't just affect me, it affected my family. It would have been easy for me to sink into a deep hole and feel sorry for myself, collect unemployment. And so instead, I had to quickly examine my options, and I became a fireman. I had to accept the fact that I needed to deal with the disease because of the changes it caused in all aspects of my life. This really was the first time that I really had to deal with change, or a big obstacle. And it didn't take long for me to see all the changes around me. Now, let's skip ahead just 5 years later. I lost my job again, as my firefighter job, the job I loved. But this time it was due to a low blood sugar. This event led me to realize, and made me question, was I taking diabetes seriously? I needed to make changes because of this disease, changes that were not easy to make. I had eaten ice cream the night before that led me to my low blood sugar being out of control. And in the end, that one decision caused my blood sugar to drop so that I could not function. If I wouldn't have eaten that ice cream the night before and overcompensate with insulin, that event would not have occurred. I would not have lost my job. So again, changes is what I needed to learn to take seriously. And so for the next 2 years, I tried every diet man and woman could think of. It took me, it took time, but I found what worked for me. And I also started in that time using an insulin pump and a CGM for the first time, which I had learned is the two best technological advances in my life, to where these items help change how I live my life. I wish everyone had the access to them. And I wish, and I don't understand for the ones that do, why they're not using them. It took this time for me to learn each of these individual changes to improve my life post-diagnosis. Previously, I waited for my doctor to make necessary adjustments, waiting 3, 4, 6 months to see my endocrinologist. And the hard part is, a lot of times I don't remember what I had for dinner last night, let alone any significant event that may have had as a diabetic in the last 2 months. If I had a diabetic, or if I had some low blood sugars 2 months ago, I'm not going to remember it and to be able to ask the appropriate questions to my endocrinologist. So I had to learn to be my own champion and make small changes in my daily life with the disease and take ownership of it. Once I took ownership of my diet, my basal rates, and understood how the disease affected my workouts, I learned that I did not need to count carbs. I could make small adjustments. And the only thing at that point that I was missing was how to manage my low blood sugars. Still to this day, I've always been in the habit of carrying the Welch's fruit juice, in which I store them in my gear bags, my truck, my nightstands, keep them in the kitchen, the bathroom counters, everywhere. Because these small little 10-ounce drinks, depending on the flavor that you prefer, can contain up to 44 carbs, which is more than enough. The only problem with juice is it doesn't become user-friendly when you want to go on a run, when you want to go swimming, or while sleeping. Those around me can't pour juice down my throat while I'm sleeping or incoherent. So it was when I woke up to an ambulance crew rubbing glucose gel on my gums is when the light went off to me. I had an idea that could help prevent my young son from having to attempt to administer glucagon injection and then calling 911 when it didn't work. So I developed a device that works perfect for me. I created the only wearable product containing a fast-acting glucose called Thrive Glucose, a gel that my son could have used on me with my low blood sugar. So this was the one piece that I found in my diabetes walk that I was missing. Because now with my CGM, I get to know my numbers 24 hours a day. My pump provides the instant insulin when my blood sugar is high. And now my Thrive Glucose necklace takes care of my lows. I now have the 3 necessary tools to manage my highs and lows and live my life as regulated as a diabetic can. I do think it's important that whether you're diabetic or not, especially a parent of a younger diabetic, that everyone is aware that 75% of the EMTs, the emergency medical technicians, whether it's firefighters, ambulance crew across the US, they cannot administer glucagon because they're not trained to do so. They are bringing a glucose gel. But the important part of the glucose gels is that 90% of the glucose gels, even though they're marketed to us, they're not designed for diabetics. If you look at the ingredient list and see either a gums or proteins in the gel, they're designed for endurance athletes. The sugars are not meant to kick in for 20 to 40 minutes. The gel in the necklace was created for us, which is a fast acting rather than delayed. And so I feel that these tools, I can live my best life. One of the important things that I've done while obtaining permission, or was obtaining permission to use the blue circle, which was developed by the International Diabetes Federation as the symbol of diabetes. The blue circle is the only image on the necklace pendant. The circle is my way of telling others, first responders, that I am a diabetic. If I happen to have a severe low and I'm not able to convey that, others familiar with the blue circle will be able to assist me much more quickly. So it's become my mission to educate others about the blue circle. I want not only EMTs to recognize the diabetic, but when they see the blue circle, I want the general public to understand what it represents. There's helpers everywhere. However, they first need to recognize the symbol of diabetes. In fact, I have even asked and offered to pay the 3 largest nonprofit diabetic organizations, the American Diabetes Association, JDRF, and Beyond Type 1 and 2, to encompass the blue circle around their logo, which in turn would make the blue circle more widely used and recognized around the country. I offer this so people can recognize them as a diabetic organization. They're not quite ready to make that change, but do I think they will within the next 2 to 5 years? I think so, and I hope so. But this is where I look at each one of you, us, as being on the cutting edge. People with diabetes are the strongest, most amazing people who know how to overcome obstacles. We do it daily. So I am asking all type 1s and type 2s to unite. I am asking if you want to thrive with diabetes. Will you help spread the power of the blue circle? The hard part for me to comprehend is this. By the time today's children become grandparents, 1 out of every 3 will have diabetes. This means that almost every household will have a diabetic within it. Let me say that again. Almost every household will have a diabetic within it. I hate seeing people have to live with this disease, but I'm so truly inspired by the daily obstacles that you overcome. We are on the cutting edge because we were diagnosed before many to come. We will learn how to cope with this disease while other people become new diagnoses. You see, when the Pink Ribbon campaign for breast cancer started, it took roughly 15 years before the world took notice. Pink showed up everywhere, even in the NFL. Awareness became so great that legislators could not ignore it anymore, and funding was increased for breast cancer 10 times the amount. Wouldn't it be incredible, an incredible movement if the blue circle was associated all over the world as a symbol of diabetes? Wouldn't it be incredible if others had a better understanding of this disease we live with? We have the chance to be the generation to help spread awareness. Awareness not only helps us individually when we need assistance, awareness will also lead to a funding for research to assist in prevention and even greater developments in the treatment. And if we can be even optimistic to one day of having a cure. Are you ready to be a helper, a blue circle friend? Why do I ask, will you be ready? When we look at the people that's invested in each one of us, whether it's your mom, your dad, your siblings, if it's your pastors, your school teachers, doctors, your friends. You see, I look at you, blue circle friends. It is the blue circle friends that will be the helpful force behind us moving forward. Are you ready to discover how you can help others or future diabetics? The newly diagnosed babies, kids, young adults, and older adults, because diabetes shows up at any age now. But each one of us, at some point, we get challenged mentally, physically, emotionally, and even spiritually, because the disease never goes away. Each one of us gets tired of the blood sugar roller coasters. Each one of us needs support groups. Each one of us needs to have someone to learn from. The more those around us understand this disease and how it will affect their families and loved ones in the future, the better off we will be. We all need to give it everything we've got to spreading awareness while living the best lives as a diabetic. Whether it's adjusting your diet, whether it's trying a pump or CGM, or whether it's starting, joining, or following other diabetics locally or by social media. I want you and each one of us to use your time, to use your talents, your prayers, use the gifts to make diabetes shine brightly by living it in a healthy way. As you know, we have challenges, and failing is a part of diabetes. We will continue to make mistakes or make decisions that we might regret. However, you know how I respond to that? My thought is, who cares? Pick up, learn from it, and move on. We're not perfect. Ken Griffey Jr. struck out 1,779 times in his career. Is he remembered for that? No. He's remembered for the 660 home runs that he has hit. He struck out nearly 3 times the amount of home runs that he hit. And that's what we celebrate and remember. Perhaps one of our greatest challenges is that we have to take a medication that does not work the same for everyone. It does not work the same from day to day. It does not work the same if we live identical day after day, because there's more than 40 factors that play into how our sugars move. And because of this, we get referred to as uncompliant diabetics. The majority of people do not understand this, and we can't get upset on what people don't know, on what they don't know. This is our life. We need to live it the best that we can so that we can be ready to live a healthy life and be ready to help the rest of the world. It's my wish that each of you to set goals, daily, monthly, and annual goals, and to achieve these goals, set attainable work on discipline and consistency. Because if you think about it, we only get one life. Live the life that you would be proud of without regrets. Don't be afraid to fail. Don't be afraid to dream. Don't stop making goals. Hard work works. Working really hard is what successful people do. Nothing in life is worthwhile unless we take a chance. Don't settle for something less than you're capable of living. Walt Disney was fired from the Kansas City Star because his editor felt he lacked imagination and had no good ideas. Fortunately, failure did not stop him. But the point is this: every diabetic here today has it within you to live a strong, abundant life. Technology today gives us the chance. And with our contribution, no matter how big, it will only get better. This is why our mindset is so important. Don't listen to the naysayers anymore. In fact, remove them from your life. Whatever your true passion is in your heart, act upon it. Help people on the way and be a driving force to make a difference. You deserve everything in your life. Confucius once said, "He who says he can and he who says he can't are both usually right." Don't live life scared. Reach for your dreams, get around the barriers, and help someone along the way, and love yourself. What I have found that has blessed me was finding people who share the same struggles and are teaching me what it truly means to live my best life. And let me share a few things about a couple of them before I leave today. When Colt Scott was diagnosed as a type 1 at 18 months old, doctors explained to his parents that his future looked grim. They explained to them that he may not develop at the same rate as his peers in academics, athletics, and beyond. Despite the negativity, Colt's parents maintained their hopes and held their son to the same expectations as any other child around him. He attended school, played with friends, and aside from typical tribulations that one has as a type 1, Colt went on to live a bright life full of experiences. Today, Colt's 26. Colt's gone to graduate with 2 degrees, both with honors. He's fulfilled a career in obstacle course racing, competing and testing on TV shows such as The Ultimate Beastmaster, The Titan Games, and The American Ninja Warrior. Like any other obstacles, Colt pledges to show that diabetes is one obstacle that can overcome and does not have to hold you back. When Adam Morrison was 14 years old, he was diagnosed as a type 1. It was eye-opening, and as scary as it was, it also put him on a path to lead him to where he is today, as a person and as a former NBA player. Diabetes made him focus on diet, routine, and overall care at an early age, at an earlier age than other competing athletes. He says, overall, you can decide if diabetes can guide you through athletics with the much needed discipline required to compete at a high level. Diabetes gave him more motivation and mental attention early on as a young athlete that he's forever grateful for. Alexi Melvin has been living with type 1 diabetes since she was 14 years old. Since then, she's done a number of different things, included studying at Lee Strasberg Institute and going to act in film and television, as well as getting her bachelor's degree and becoming a journalist for a number of publications. All along, though, she's been heavily involved with the diabetes community, having worked closely with Beyond Type 1, JDRF, and more. All of this ultimately led to Alexi being hired by the food as medicine company, RX Sugar, as their VP of partnerships. She's always been advocating and passionate about empowering the type 1 diabetic community. And then the last one is Sage Donnelly, which she likes to say she was born on water before she was 1, the age of 1. She was diagnosed when she was 3. And as she said, as she liked to do was plow through waves, having a ball. Sage took it in stride when she was diagnosed, figuring out how to calculate her carb to insulin ratio, and quickly moved to an insulin pump when she was 4. She really doesn't remember not being a diabetic, and her parents raised her to see it as a part of her life and not a burden, which really helped her through the years. After the diagnosis, more issues followed. She was diagnosed with celiac at 8 and hypothyroid at 11. These diagnoses threw curveballs into her life, but her parents kept her super active from a young age, which really helped. Not only because it kept her healthier, but it also gave her an outlet to help her mentally when she was having harder days with her health. She loves kayaking, climbing, skiing, biking. Sage is a world champion in freestyle kayak. She's made 3 USA teams, competed in Pan Am championships at kayaking at the age of 14. Today, she's on 5 USA teams. Her drive, it's what she loves. She loves being on water. She loves traveling, loves helping others by example, hard work, consistency, and support. I'd like to show you a quick video. And then my favorite part of this is the Q&A, and I hope I can answer questions. I hope that if I'm unable to get to any of your questions, I hope that you will email me at chris@glucosesurvival.com, because I love answering the questions. Chris, K-R-I-S, but please, I hope you enjoy this.
I am Blue Circle.
I am Blue Circle.
I am Blue Circle.
Yes, sing and cookie.
I am Blue Circle.
I am Blue Circle.
I am Blue Circle. I am Blue Circle.
I am Blue Circle.
Celebrate Diabetes Awareness Month with us.
I am Blue Circle.
I am Blue Circle.
I am Blue Circle.
We are Blue Circle, and I hope that each one of you will be proud to be a Blue Circle, because it's something that God's allowed us to be ready to help future generations. So let's see what you have for questions.
Chris, thanks so much. That was awesome. And you're an inspiration. And we really appreciate you being a part of Southern New Mexico Diabetes Outreach family. We do have several questions. We have some YouTube questions as well as some questions that people asked in the chat. So I'm going to let Amanda ask you those, and then I'll ask you the YouTube viewers questions. But we are putting up Chris's contact information. So please feel free to reach out to him. Okay, Amanda, go ahead.
Okay, hi Chris. So one of the questions we got from an attendee was if you don't mind letting everybody know how old you were when you were diagnosed and how many years you have been living with type 1 diabetes.
Yeah, for sure. I was diagnosed at the age of 23, in which I've been living with it for 20 years now. But it's through that roller coaster of life is being able to figure it out. And learning for me personally, being able to take it seriously, because I looked at diabetes, or I look at it now as something that will never be perfect. But I also look at it to where I'm grateful for having it, because it's changed me for who I am, and it makes us a part of a special group.
Thank you. Okay, and just a few follow-up questions about your glucose necklace. Some people would like to know, how does it work, where someone can obtain a necklace, and how much they cost?
Yeah, well, so the simplicity of it is it's held on by magnets, and inside of it, it's almost like a toothpaste container, to where inside of it, the glucose gel is kept. You just pull off the cap, and you can see some glucose gel, if you can, starting to spit out of it. But I can either give it to myself by just squeezing it, or if I can't give it to myself, then my wife, my friends, EMTs, once they see that blue circle or know that you have it, can pull it off, and they can either apply it onto a finger to rub on your gums, or they can put the cap, take the cap off, put it in on your gums, and squeeze it out. And we have them at glucoserevival.com.
And then I have 3 questions from YouTubers that I think you'll be able to answer fairly quickly. The shelf life of the gel in the necklace.
Yeah, well, we're not required to put an expiration date on it, because there's so much sugar within it, which, let me say, the American Diabetes Association recommends that every diabetic to carry 15 carbs. And that's what we had made the adult size necklace into, is containing those 15 carbs. As long as they're kept in between a temperature of 52 degrees and 84 degrees, they can last. There's nothing that will go bad in it, because the sugar in it won't allow any growth for anything. And so if they're maintained in those temperatures, they can last for a long time.
Awesome. And then a personal question from Mark. Do you know if he wants to be a pilot in the military? Do you know if they exclude diabetics?
I don't know what the most recent changes are. I know most type 1s, if they're diagnosed while they're in the military today, then usually they can find a way to keep them in there. And I know the FAA is now allowing pilots to fly as a type 1 diabetic. but what I don't know is about whether the military allows pilots to be a type 1. But I'll figure that out. And if I can get his contact information,
Mhm.
I will get back to him as soon as I learn.
Absolutely. I'll get that for you. And then, sorry, one last question. This is from Janice. Her grandson, Jesse, wants to be a firefighter. He is a type 1 diabetic, has been for 10 years. He's afraid of lows and just wants some advice on how were able to push through that.
And with any job as a type 1, we're afraid of the lows. So like I said, Welch's fruit juice, I keep everywhere with me. Even before every fire that I go into, or if I see that I'm dropping, I will drink one of these to ensure that I have, that my blood sugar is not going to drop. And so that's my safety mark. And then I also, of course, I'm wearing my necklace 24 hours a day for others to be able to help me if that's needed. But I love the fact, I love seeing more and more people that want to become firefighters.
Awesome. Okay. And then we have a couple other questions, but I will, just because our time is running out, I will send those to you in email with their contact information, if that's okay.
Oh, you bet. You bet.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Chris. We really appreciate it.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Okay. So our next speaker I'm really excited to announce is Dr. Osai. He's a nephrologist here in Las Cruces, and he's going to speak to you about achieving better blood pressure and kidney care. Thank you for being with us today, Dr. Osai.
Thank you. Let me see. Hello, can you guys see the screen?
Yes, we can
Okay.
hear. Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So my name is Dr. Ndukabi Osai. I've been in Las Cruces for about 6 years now. I am a nephrologist, which simply means I'm a kidney specialist. So nephrologists specialize in kidney disease and hypertension. And I'll be talking about achieving better blood pressure control and kidney care. Okay, so can I just want to minimize this? All right, so blood pressure is the force of your blood against the walls of your blood vessels as your heart pumps blood around your body. And if this pressure is too high, we call it high blood pressure, which simply means hypertension. So the way we monitor blood pressure has to be taken. Most of you are familiar with your blood pressure has been taken because you probably have seen a physician. You know, usually it's part of the vital signs that we do. So high blood pressure or hypertension is blood pressure of more than 140 over 80 millimeters of 140 over 90 millimeters of mercury. So there are two aspects to that. There's the systolic blood pressure, which is the top number, and also the diastolic blood pressure, which is the bottom number. And I would explain as we go along. So this is a sample blood pressure monitor that a lot of us can use at home. Then there are different types. The ones most times they use in the clinic or in the hospital is a little bit different. That one is called the sphygmomanometer. And usually, for that, the person taking the blood pressure, or the physician or the nurse or the medical assistant taking the blood pressure would have to listen to some sounds and be able to derive what the actual blood pressure is just by listening to the sounds. Then the blood exerts a greater than normal force against the inner walls of the blood vessels. This force in time can permanently cause damage to organs, most especially the heart, the brain, the kidneys, and the eyes. So that's why it is so important, that we take care of our blood pressures, because high blood pressures have complications and consequences that can affect other organ systems in the body. So how common is high blood pressure? The National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey, which is a subsidiary of the CDC, in 2005 to 2008, indicates that about 33.5% of US adults greater than 20 years of age have high blood pressure. And also roughly about 76 million US adults have hypertension. 1 in every 3 US adults has a high blood pressure. And the prevalence of this is about equal both in men and women. And in particular, African Americans have the highest rate of hypertension in the world. The rate is as high as 44%. So, like I defined high blood pressure is defined as, generally as blood pressure of more than 140 over 90 millimeters of mercury when it is checked. So usually normal blood pressure, as you can see on the slide, is less than 120 over 80. Then pre-hypertension, which is the first stage, is if your blood pressure is between 120 to 139 millimeters of mercury, and the diastolic is between 80 to 90. That stage is called pre-hypertension. Usually we want to classify that because, I just talked about, high blood pressure as being more than 140 over 90 millimeters of mercury. We want to see people at risk so that, we can possibly, get non-pharmacological therapies in place, like, dieting, exercise, stopping harmful habits, and, cutting down salt and things like that. At this point, most times people don't need blood pressure medications to control their blood pressure. So, but they are at risk of developing high blood pressure in a few years. So they have to be monitored closely, especially when they have underlying comorbidities or disease conditions. Then stage 1 hypertension is between 140 to 159 millimeters of mercury systolic, which is the top number, and also between 90 to 99 millimeters of mercury. At this point, antihypertensive medication is indicated. Also, non-pharmacological methods of blood pressure control, which is lifestyle modifications, would also be employed. Then stage 2 is the worst kind of regular hypertension, which is with blood pressure greater than 160 systolic and the bottom number greater than 100. At this point, most times you need 2 medications to control your blood pressure. Then I haven't talked about high blood pressure. I want us to talk about chronic kidney disease. Then, if we understand what high blood pressure means and what chronic kidney disease means, then at that point, we can talk about the relationship between high blood pressure and chronic kidney disease. So chronic kidney disease simply means, the kidneys have been damaged by certain conditions. The number one cause of chronic kidney disease in America is diabetes. So diabetes is the number one cause of chronic kidney disease. It is also the number one cause of what we call end-stage renal disease, which means chronic kidney disease leading to kidney transplant or dialysis. So closely followed by high blood pressure, which is hypertension. So in America, chronic diabetes is the number one cause of chronic kidney disease, and after that you have hypertension. So it's very important that we talk about hypertension. And as a result of people having chronic kidney disease, that which means the kidneys have been damaged by certain conditions, the kidneys are not able to do their jobs properly. And the jobs of the kidney is to maintain our health. It removes excess waste and fluid from the body. So what happens usually every day, as part of normal body metabolism, our body, generates energy, through the breakdown of, nutrients, and that energy is necessary for to keep our body functions going. So our body makes waste. That some of those wastes are taken care of by the kidney. Then also the extra fluid that you take, we consume salt, we consume fluids. Our body makes use of what it needs. The remaining part that it doesn't need can be taken care of by the kidney. So if the kidneys are not working properly, what happens? Your body retains the waste and the extra fluid and salt. And that can also result to some of the symptoms we see with chronic kidney disease. Then also the kidney also releases hormones, that help to control blood pressure, hormones that help to regulate bone metabolism, and also hormones that help to prevent anemia. Erythropoietin, for example, is made by the kidney, and after it being made by the kidney, it goes to the bone marrow to tell the bone marrow to make red cells. So if you have chronic kidney disease or end-stage renal disease, anemia could be a problem, and anemia has several complications that can lead to morbidity and mortality. Promoting strong bones, vitamin D, for example, is made active by the kidney. 25 vitamin D is activated in the liver. Then there's a hormone, an enzyme actually, called 1-alpha hydroxylase, that is secreted by the kidney that activates that vitamin D, and that vitamin D is made active. And what happens is, it takes part in calcium and phosphorus metabolism, and also, the control of what we call the parathyroid hormone. So those help to promote bone health. Then the blood pressure, aldosterone, renin aldosterone secretion is affected by the kidney. So also keep the right balance of important chemicals in your blood, such as sodium, potassium, phosphorus, and calcium. We just talked about those. Then maintain body's balance of acid and base. So the excess, keeping your what we call the pH the normal pH is between 7.35 to 7.4. The kidney plays a major role in maintaining the acid-base balance of the body. When your body is too acidic, your cells don't function properly. When your body is too basic, that which means there's the acid base is affected, the cells of the body don't function properly, and that could lead to problems. So some of the causes of hypertension, 90% of the causes of hypertension is not known. So this is called primary hypertension. Then 5 to 10% of the rest of the cases are called secondary hypertension, and it could be as a result of several diseases. It could be, use of steroids, long-standing use of steroids, the thyroid problems, parathyroid problems, even chronic kidney disease can also lead to high blood pressure. We'll talk about that shortly. Symptoms of high blood pressure. Most of the time, people don't present with symptoms at all. So that is why it is called the silent killer. Usually no symptoms until it reaches the advanced stage. Sometimes chronic kidney disease also presents like that. Most times you don't present with any symptoms until it reaches an advanced state. And I've had cases of patients, they feel like they've got the flu and things are not getting better for weeks, and they decide to go to the ER, and they do some basic tests, and they say, oh, your kidneys are less than 10%, you need dialysis. And they are like asking questions, oh, how did this happen, and things like that. We can see that. And sometimes people have had high blood pressure for a long time, they don't even know about it, and they end up having a stroke, and they end up in the ER, and the blood pressures are sky high. So high blood pressure could be what we call asymptomatic, no symptoms at all. And sometimes some people experience certain symptoms when they do strenuous exercises like headaches, visual disturbance, vomiting, convulsions. When things like that happen, we have to, or you keep having headaches and visual disturbances. That's one common, symptom a lot of people have. Headaches for no reason. You wake up in the morning, you're having headaches, and you had a good night's sleep. Make sure you check your blood pressure. It could be the high blood pressure causing that. Okay, let's kind of intermarry this. The chronic kidney disease that I talked about and the high blood pressure. Basically, chronic kidney disease simply means an abnormal kidney function for more than 3 months, and that could be structural or functional abnormalities that could happen. There's what we call the GFR, which simply means the rate at which your kidneys filter your blood per minute. So normal GFR is more than 60 mL per minute. So what that simply means is every minute your kidneys should filter your blood at the rate of more than 60 mL per minute. So if your kidneys are not able to do that, if it's doing that at less than 60 mL per minute, then, and that has been happening for more than 3 months, then you have what we call chronic kidney disease. Sometimes your kidneys could be filtering at more than 60 mL per minute, but you have some structural abnormalities of the kidney. Maybe you're born with one kidney. Maybe you have blood in your urine. Maybe there's protein in your urine, which can also signify early kidney damage. So those can also be classified as chronic kidney disease. So there are different stages, okay? Stage 1, usually we nephrologists don't see these patients. The primary care providers see these patients. So these patients have a GFR, or glomerular filtration rate, which means their kidneys filter their blood at more than even 60 mL per minute, greater than 90 mL per minute, but they have underlying kidney damage. It could be that they are diabetic, their creatinine, what we call creatinine, which we use to measure kidney function, is normal. Their GFR is more than 90, but they have protein in their urine. That qualifies as chronic kidney disease. Stage 2 is mild kidney damage, which means their GFR is more than 60, it's between 60 to 89 mL per minute. So, and they have underlying kidney damage. It could be that they have blood in their urine, protein in their urine. Their kidneys are small, the size of their kidneys are smaller than it should be. They're born with one kidney, or they have had one kidney removed through, maybe they had cancer in the past. So that qualifies as stage 2 chronic kidney disease. And stage 3, this is where the primary care providers start to refer patients to the kidney specialist. Usually a GFR of between 30 to 59. And stage 3 is further divided into 2 stages. You have stage A and stage B. So stage 3A is between 45 to 59, then stage 3B is between 30 to 44. We decided to split stage 3 because it's such a wide range, 30 to 59 is such a wide range. So the difference between stage 3A and stage 3B is that patients with stage 3B tend to have a more increased cardiovascular risk. So that is why they decided to split it into 2. Then severe chronic kidney disease is stage 4, between 15 to 29. Then stage 5 is less than 15. And end stage is when you require dialysis or transplant to maintain function. So those are the classifications. So this next slide, we're looking at the age standardized rates of death from any cause and also from cardiovascular events. So you can see that as the stage of kidney disease gets worse, there is increased risk of death from even any cause at all, and also from cardiovascular events. The number 1 cause of death in patients with chronic kidney disease is cardiovascular mortality. And hypertension contributes to that cardiovascular mortality. That is why it is so important that blood pressure should be controlled in people with kidney problems or people with chronic kidney disease. So like I said, this is just a reminder, while we're talking about all this, achieving a better blood pressure control in kidney care. The reason is because half of people with chronic kidney disease have high blood pressure. And high blood pressure increases the chance that the kidney disease would get worse. So if you have chronic kidney disease, that means there has been some damage in your kidney. What the job of the nephrologist is to try to slow down the progression of the disease, especially chronic kidney disease caused by diabetes. It usually affects the filtering unit of the kidney. And once it affects the filtering unit of the kidney, there has been damage done. Sometimes if it's chronic, we can't reverse the damage. All we can do is to slow down the progression of the disease and try to maintain your kidney function. And controlling your blood sugar, with appropriate A1C depending on, age and comorbidities, very, very important. Also, controlling your blood pressure is very, very important because that is the way we slow down the progression of chronic kidney disease. Otherwise, people progress fast and they end up on dialysis, and that's what we don't want. Also, high blood pressure, like I said, makes you more likely to develop heart disease, which is what we call cardiovascular disease. We're talking about heart attacks and strokes. High blood pressure on its own increases the incidence of cardiovascular disease, atherosclerosis, heart attacks, and stroke. Chronic kidney disease on its own increases the incidence of cardiovascular disease, heart attacks, and strokes. So you can imagine combining high blood pressure and chronic kidney disease, that the increase is even more. So following your treatment plan carefully and keeping your blood pressure under control can help to prevent, most especially, all these complications and cardiovascular complications. So relationship between hypertension and kidney disease. So it's one of the leading causes of kidney disease. We talked about that. Over time, when you have high blood pressure, it can cause damage to your blood vessels in your body, and that which will reduce blood supply to important organs like the kidney. High blood pressure can also damage the tiny filtering units in your kidney. And when that is done, the kidneys may stop removing all the waste, extra fluid. Basically, the job of the kidney is affected. So the filtering unit, this especially we see in diabetics. So there's what we call the glomerulus, which is the filtering unit of the kidney. It is made up of like a tuft of capillaries, blood vessels, a lot of blood vessels interwoven together. That is where the filtering happens. So diabetes, what it does, it causes damage to that filtering unit. So as a result of the damage that it causes to that filtering unit, the first sign we see usually is patients will start having protein in their urine, and gradually this gets worse and worse and worse, and you start seeing high kidney numbers, which you call creatinine. Then the GFR, which is the rate at which your kidney filters blood per minute, starts going down. And if that is not taken care of, the kidney disease progresses, and that's how people end up on dialysis. Then it's also important to know that high blood pressure can also be a complication of chronic kidney disease. So people, maybe they never had high blood pressure before, they're diagnosed with chronic kidney disease as a result of diabetes. The job of the kidneys is affected. Like I said, the kidneys help to, remove excess salt and water that your body doesn't need. So if your kidneys are not able to remove excess salt and water that your body doesn't need, it retains this salt and water, and that can result to high blood pressure. There's also some hormonal changes, in renin and what we call angiotensin and aldosterone mechanism that also can lead to high blood pressure. And that would worsen cardiovascular mortality, which will lead to worsening chronic kidney disease that will eventually lead to dialysis, or also increased risk of heart attacks and strokes. So the diseased kidneys are less able to, I talked about that. And also, if you have chronic kidney disease, high blood pressure makes it more likely that your kidney disease will even get worse. We talked about that. Then keeping your blood pressure controlled can help keep your kidney disease from getting worse and prevent heart disease. We talked about that. So we've been talking about chronic kidney disease and hypertension. So we said hypertension is a silent killer. Sometimes it's asymptomatic. So people that have been diagnosed with chronic kidney disease, or people that have diabetes, I don't have any symptoms. It is better you get your blood pressures checked, regularly. The only way you can tell if your blood pressure is high is if you have it measured. So it is high blood pressure is usually is defined as blood pressure of more than 140 over 90 millimeters of mercury. Usually we say when it is taken at least twice, because sometimes certain conditions can affect your blood pressure. So it has to be taken when you are at rest. When you're at rest, you're not tensed, because anxiety can raise your blood pressure. Stress can raise your blood pressure. That is normal body response. It's just normal adrenergic response. When you're stressed and when you're tensed, when there's a lot of anxiety, it is normal for your blood pressure to go up. That's just the way your body responds. But when you're at rest at home and you check your blood pressure and you've done it on 2 different occasions and it's more than 140 over 90, then you need to consult with your physician. You most likely have high blood pressure. Sometimes people go to the clinic and they check their blood pressure and it's high. There's what we call white coat hypertension. Some people, when immediately they get to their physician's offices, they're tensed. Well, if I see patients like that, I tell them, buy a blood pressure monitor, read instructions carefully, tell them how to measure the blood pressure, and they do it at home and keep a record and bring to me in a few days, and I look at it, and I will be able to make a diagnosis of high blood pressure based on those readings. So it is not just a single reading. You need at least 2 different readings taken at different times when the patient is at rest. Then the other area I want to talk about is, protein. So if you have chronic kidney disease and you have high blood pressure, you go see your physician. There are certain tests they have to do. They have to do a blood test called the creatinine. The creatinine is a product of muscle breakdown. That is what we use. It's a simple blood test. That's what we use to estimate your kidney function. It is used to calculate the glomerular filtration rate, or the GFR, which we talked about, which we use to classify your kidney disease. So if the creatinine is high, the GFR is usually low. So your doctor will do that to make sure that you don't have kidney problems. Then also the next thing they do is to check your urine. We do a urine test. Basically, what we're looking for is blood or protein in the urine. Protein in the urine, like I said, is a sign of kidney damage. It's a sign of kidney damage, and it is so important, because we found out two things. People that have protein in their urine, their kidney disease tend to progress faster than people that don't have protein in their urine. And the higher the protein you have, the more risk of cardiovascular mortality. I'm talking about heart attacks and strokes. So it's so important that we do this. We also do a kidney ultrasound. This gives us a picture to check, the size and structure of the kidney. And if you go to your primary care doctor, they do like a 12 lead, a simple EKG, just to make sure that you're not having any coronary artery disease. If that can be diagnosed based on the EKG, then they check your sugars. They want to make sure, or they do an A1C if you're diabetic. Want to make sure that your diabetes is well controlled. Then also we also check your lipid panel. What we call the cholesterol. We check the triglycerides, the low density lipoprotein, which is the bad cholesterol, and the HDL, or the high density lipoprotein, which is the good cholesterol. This is we do this just to to see the how much risk, how much cardiovascular risk this poses. So those are the things we do. Then we check your weight and height to see, some other risk factors, to calculate your BMI to see if you're obese or not, because obesity increases the risk of cardiovascular morbidity and mortality, especially with chronic kidney disease, diabetes, and hypertension. So in terms of protein, I've said, protein is so important. We classify patients. If the amount of protein you have in your urine is less than 30 milligrams per gram of creatinine, we classify you as low risk. Then if it's between 30 to 300, moderate risk. Then high risk is greater than 300. That is so important, because we look at this when we want to give you a goal, because different patients have different blood pressure goals. Some patients, I'll talk about this shortly. Some patients, we use a blood pressure of less than 140/90. Some other patients, we use blood pressure of less than 130/80. So in terms of the management, two categories, okay? Number one is non-pharmacological treatment, which is lifestyle modification. Lifestyle modification works. Lifestyle modification works. Exercise, diet, stopping smoking, moderating alcohol. I'll talk about that quickly. They help to decrease your blood pressure. Then all patients with high blood pressure needs lifestyle modification. Then if like I said, if you're pre-hypertensive, it may just be that lifestyle modification is all you need and your blood pressure will be fine. We've seen people, it's just that they drink a lot of coffee. We tell them, okay, you know what, instead of drinking 4 cups of coffee a day, just the blood is making your blood pressure high. Just drink a cup of coffee, and that takes care of it. Quit smoking, moderate your alcohol and things like that. So that helps. But if you're in stage 1 and stage 2, you need medications. So there are certain guidelines we use. So basically, if you have chronic kidney disease, diabetes, and you don't have protein in the urine, the goal blood pressure for you is less than 140/90. That is what the physician shoots for. But if you have diabetes, you have high blood pressure, and you have protein in your urine of between 30, more than 30 milligrams per gram of creatinine, then we usually require a lower blood pressure. Your goal will be less than 130/80. So those are the things that the physician must take, because people that have protein in their urine is already telling us that there's some abnormalities, there's some damage that has been done as a result of the diabetes or high blood pressure to the kidney. So we require a lower blood pressure goal for those patients. But people that have diabetes and they don't have protein in their urine, and they have chronic kidney disease, less than 140/90 is fine. And there are different medications that we use for controlling blood pressure. So the preference would depend on, your risk factors, your comorbidities, whether you have a lot of protein in the urine, you're diabetic, tolerance, side effects, and things like that. Your physician would be the one to determine, which medication to use as first line and which one to combine with, things like that. So this is the guideline I was just talking about. This is the KDIGO guideline, which we as nephrologists use. So non-diabetic adults with CKD, basically less than 140/90. But if you're non-diabetic and you have CKD and you have protein in your urine, if you have protein in your urine, that changes everything. That tells us that there's some kidney damage. If you have protein in your urine, your goal blood pressure is, instead of 140/90, it is less than 130/80. So protein in the urine changes everything, because protein in urine tells us if you have kidney damage, and it also tells us that the risk for cardiovascular mortality increases. So that's why we need a lower blood pressure. Then in the elderly, the GNC8 guideline says, less than 150/90 is adequate for the elderly patient, and we have to set our target based on the patient. There are some elderly patients that have what we call postural hypotension, which means their blood pressures can drop, when they stand up. Those kind of patients, we don't need extremely low blood pressures, because if your target is too low, then when they stand up, their blood pressures can drop and they fall and they fracture their hip. They end up in the hospital. That's even worse. So it is on by patient basis. It's not one size fits all. So we look at your comorbidities and decide, what the plan is going to be. The lifestyle modifications that we're talking about, weight, your BMI, normal BMI between 20 to 25 kilograms per meter squared. Your doctor should be able, you can do that. It's your weight over divided by your height in meter, your weight in kilograms divided by your height in meters squared. So people have lost weight and their blood pressure goes down dramatically. Low salt diet, less than 2 grams of salt a day. Less than 2 grams of salt a day. Generally, we've told people learn to read labels. Exercise, at least 30 minutes of exercise 5 times a week. It could just be walking in your neighborhood, or the treadmill, or whatever form of cardiovascular exercise, if you want to do aerobic exercise, fine, 5 times a week. Then limitation of alcohol consumption. So for males, it is the recommendation is maximum 2 standard drinks per day. For females, maximum 1 standard drink per day. So a standard drink is usually between 8 to 19.7 grams of alcohol. So I looked this up. So 10 grams of alcohol is equivalent to about 30 cc's of hard liquor, which is a spirit, or 100 cc's of wine, or 285 cc's of full strength beer, or 425 cc's of light beer. So moderation in alcohol intake is key. Binge drinking is bad. People say, oh, I haven't drank for 1 month and we decide to binge drink. That is even worse. Smoking cessation also helps to decrease cardiovascular risk. Then, like I said, there are different classes of medications for blood pressure that can be employed. The decision, about this will be made by your provider. There's thiazide diuretics and beta blockers, and also angiotensin receptor blockers. Then you have calcium channel blockers. Then you have angiotensin converting enzyme inhibitors. So thiazide, for example, you have the hydrochlorothiazide, which is pretty common. Angiotensin receptor blocker, you have like the losartan. Beta blockers, you have like the metoprolol, the carvedilol. Calcium channel blockers, the amlodipine, and angiotensin converting enzyme inhibitors, you have like the lisinoprils. So those are the medications that can be used. And if you have protein in the urine, you're diabetic, usually our first line, unless it is contraindicated, is either angiotensin converting enzyme inhibitor or angiotensin receptor blocker, which is usually we start patients with like lisinopril or losartan if you have protein in the urine and you have high blood pressure. So then for other patients, it just depends. And if they start having side effects from those medications, we usually stop, because every patient is different. So it's not one size fits all. So you have to look at different things and what you're trying to achieve and all the comorbidities that these patients have. So those are the things we look at. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Osai. I appreciate you being here with us today. We do have a few questions for you, if that's okay.
Yes.
All right, go ahead, ladies.
So one of the questions is swelling of the ankles always kidney related, or could ankle swelling be due to overweight, or both?
Yeah, it's not always kidney related. If it's due to, so there are several things, from the kidney point of view, as a result of salt and water retention, you could retain fluid anywhere. It could be in the ankles, you could be short of breath, it could be in the lungs, it could be, in the sacrum, it could be in the abdomen. But ankle swelling on its own could be, even people that have varicose veins could have ankle swelling. People that have what we call lymphedema, this is like a long-standing swelling as a result of lymphatic obstruction, could have some ankle swelling. So people that have, what we call, problems with the veins, what we call chronic venous stasis, could have ankle swelling. So it depends. A congestive heart failure on its own would, could result to ankle swelling. Even, we don't see this commonly. Malnutrition, causing low albumin in the blood could even cause ankle swelling. Liver disease can also cause ankle swelling. There are several things that can cause ankle swelling. So it's not just the kidney.
Thank
Perfect.
you.
Thank you.
We also have a question from Angie. She's studying to be a nurse right now, and she's wondering if you could elaborate or explain on how the blood pressure drugs are actually renal protective for diabetics.
Okay. Yeah. So the one mainly that we use for diabetics, especially when they have protein in the urine, is the what we call the ARB or the ARB, angiotensin receptor blockers, or the ACE inhibitors, or angiotensin converting enzyme inhibitors. So what happens is these medications, what they do, I just simplify it. So they they constrict. There's one part of the glomeruli called the efferent arterioles. Okay, so what happens is the efferent arterioles. How do I put this now? So it has its main effect in the efferent. So there's a lot of pressure. So for kidney disease, so there's a lot of pressure or blood flow that goes into the glomeruli. So what you're trying to achieve is to try to decrease that, what we call the intraglomerular pressure. Because when the intraglomerular pressure is high, there's increased risk and increased amount of loss of protein in the urine. So what you want to do is to decrease that intraglomerular pressure. And how do you do that? There's the afferent arterioles and the efferent arterioles. Okay, so the ACE or ARB acts on the efferent arterioles, and it causes constriction of the efferent arterioles so that there's decreased intraglomerular pressure. And as a result of that, the amount of protein in the urine goes down. So that's how the ACE or ARB works. So they decrease intraglomerular pressure by acting on the efferent arteriole and decrease the amount of protein in the urine long term, and that helps to protect the kidney. Does that answer the question?
Yes, thank you so
Okay.
much. We also have Matt. He is currently a diabetic and has become very fearful of developing kidney disease. He's wondering how many years it takes to develop kidney disease. And then once you have it, how fast it progresses if you do see that you have early signs of kidney disease.
Yeah, so it depends, So I've had people that are diabetic that, A1Cs are like greater than 14. They have more 3-4 grams of protein in their urine, and they're not taking care of themselves. And within 6 months, they're on dialysis. It can be that fast. I say, I tell patients that, the worst kind of kidney disease that you can get is the one due to diabetes. The reason being that, it doesn't cause any sign or symptom, and people take it for granted. They don't, oh, my sugars are high, I'm okay. They don't take it seriously, and it's doing damage, behind the scenes. So so things that would make the kidney disease progress faster is the amount of protein that you have. If on diagnosis, if you have a lot of protein in the urine, that tells me the extent of what we call glomerular injury. The glomerulus which is the filtering part of the kidney. If that part has been injured, it leaks protein. Those blood vessels are supposed to prevent protein from leaking into the urine. But if they're damaged, it just goes in like a sieve, through the sieve, So all the protein goes in through this, like through the holes in the sieve, and it's not able to do its job. So people that have a lot of protein in their urine, they progress faster. If the diabetes, the A1C is not at goal, for younger people, usually less than 7%, that process continues. So, and if the blood pressures are not well controlled in cases like that, We usually want a lower blood pressure goal of less than 130/80. If the blood pressures are not well controlled, it just causes more problems. The kidney disease will progress faster.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Osai. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Selena, do you have the intro slide? Perfect. Okay. So our next speaker is Miss Amy Fisher, and she's from Blue Cross Blue Shield of New Mexico. And we really appreciate her being here today with us. She's going to talk to us about Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Medicare guidelines for insulin pumps, and continuous glucose monitors. So we really appreciate her joining us today. Thanks, Amy.
Oops, sorry, I was talking. I had myself double muted. Good morning, everyone. Let me get my screen shared here real quick. Let's see. Okay, can everybody see that okay?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to put it into presentation mode. So again, my name is Amy Fisher. I'm the government program specialist at Blue Cross Blue Shield of New Mexico, and I work in our community relations department. So with that said, even though I work for Blue Cross, the information I'm providing is going to be general. Typically in health insurance, I don't like to make blanket statements, but unfortunately, because there are so many different plans and things like that, it would be impossible to address every single situation. So we're going to look at this coverage from the perspective of what Medicare says is covered. But before we get started, I do want to remind everybody about protected health information, or PHI. If you do have questions in regards to anything that I'm presenting, please do not share your protected health information. That is a risk to HIPAA, and so we don't want to do that. And I believe also Selena will be providing our contact information. So if you would like to email me after the meeting, you can do so. But again, also in the email, do not provide any protected health information. Just your name and a phone number would be great, and I can either email you back with a secure email or give you a phone call. So who will this information apply to? Again, like I said, because you know, every plan is different and everything like that, we're going to look at it from the perspective of the CMS guidelines. So this will apply to original Medicare beneficiaries. It will also apply to anyone who's on a Medicare supplement or Medigap plan, and also anyone who's on Medicare Advantage or MAPD plans, because these plans must cover the same services as original Medicare. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean the same brand, but they must cover the same services. So at the end of this presentation, I have several links, and I use these to reference this information, because what I'd really like to do is provide you guys with the knowledge and show you how to find this information, because again, every single plan is different. So all of the information referenced here is straight from CMS. So according to the Medicare Coverage of Diabetes Supply Services and Prevention Programs booklet, the following services are covered. And of course, I only pulled out the information in regards to insulin pumps and CGMs because that's our focus today. This booklet is so incredibly helpful. It has tons of information in there. And so again, the link is at the end, and I highly recommend everybody check it out. But where are CGMs identified in this booklet? They are identified in the Diabetes Equipment and Supplies section, and that states that Part B covers blood sugar or glucose testing monitors and infusion pumps if necessary to administer insulin and related supplies and accessories for this equipment, including test strips, lancets, glucose sensors, tubing, and insulin. And then on the far right side, you see that it says it's 20% of the Medicare approved amount. But of course, that could be different depending on what plan you're on. And then for insulin pumps, it specifically calls that out, and it says Part B covers external durable insulin pumps and the insulin that the device uses under the durable medical equipment benefit if you meet certain conditions. And again, it addresses the 20% coinsurance from Medicare as well. So what does this booklet say specifically about CGMs? Now remember, these are Medicare guidelines, so whatever Medicare says, the plans have to follow. The plans can never provide less benefits than Medicare. They can provide more, but they can never provide less than what CMS says. So Medicare covers continuous glucose monitors approved for use in place of blood sugar monitors for making diabetes treatment decisions like changes in diet and insulin dosage and related supplies. If you use insulin and require frequent adjustments to your insulin regimen dosage, a CGM may be covered, excuse me, if your doctor determines that you meet all of the requirements for Medicare coverage, including the need to frequently check your blood sugar 4 or more times a day, and the need to either use an insulin pump or receive 3 or more insulin injections per day. Now, I included the Medicare information here, even though this is kind of just in general, because some folks could be on an Advantage plan. You can always call Medicare if you have questions. So even if you're on a Medicare Advantage plan, you can always call Medicare and just say, hey, is this a standard covered benefit? Of course, we always recommend you contact the plan that you're signed up with, but if you're more comfortable going directly to Medicare, you can always do that. So what does the booklet state about insulin pumps? It says, insulin pumps worn outside the body external, including the insulin used with the pump, may be covered for some people with Medicare Part B who have diabetes and who meet certain conditions. Certain insulin pumps are considered durable medical equipment. Durable medical equipment is certain medical equipment ordered by your doctor for use in the home. So how do you get that? Well, if you need an insulin pump, your doctor will prescribe it for you. And then again, it addresses original Medicare there. Now, what I will say is you'll see here in all of the language, it says it may be covered. And we use may because medical criteria does have to be met, and we call that medically necessary or medical necessity. So every plan is going to operate based off of the medical necessity or the medical policy. So what are the out-of-pocket costs? And I wish I could give you guys specific numbers, but again, because this kind of runs the gamut of many different plans, I can't be very specific. But what I can say is that CGMs are covered under Part B for original Medicare, and we know that CGMs apply a 20% copay on original Medicare. If you are on a Medicare Advantage plan, your benefit that it will be covered under that you want to refer to will be the durable medical equipment benefit. So a lot of Medicare Advantage plans also apply a 20% coinsurance. Some may apply a $100 copay. Some might have 15% coinsurance. But if you're on original Medicare or Medicare supplement, we know for sure that you will pay 20%. If you're on an MAPD plan or just an MA plan, you would have to reference your evidence of coverage and look for the durable medical equipment benefit. And all of that same information applies to insulin pumps. So again, original Medicare, Medicare Sup, we know for sure they're going to pay 20%. MAPD, it is dependent on the plan that you've signed up for. So I'm going to kind of veer off just a tad with that, because right now we are in the annual enrollment period for our Medicare beneficiaries. And so now is absolutely the time to every year, even if this is a Blue Cross member, I tell everybody every year you need to check your benefits and really shop around, because the benefits could change from one year to another. And so if these two items are important to you, that is what you want to ask when you're shopping around. And I always recommend that people work with a broker because they have access to multiple plans and they're just the experts in it. And that would be a question to ask, you know, what does the Blue Cross plan cover, or how does the Blue Cross plan cover CGMs under their DME, or United, or whomever it is that you're looking at? That would definitely be a question to ask. And while this isn't really part of the presentation, you always want to ask about insulin coverage. I have seen so many different variations in coverage for insulin that it is absolutely worth checking every single year during AEP. And just as a reminder, AEP, or annual enrollment period, ends December 7th. So you do still have a little bit of time. If you need help finding a broker, I can provide you with a reference, an impartial reference. It would sell all the different plans. So if you need help with that, certainly reach out with that as well. So I mentioned the medical policy, and I wanted to provide an example, and I'm not going to say which company this came from because, again, this is all very general information, but I just kind of liked their format. So health plans will review their medical policy to determine medical necessity. So in this particular case, we can see that this, and this is kind of a summary of this company's medical plan, but we can see that for insulin delivery, they state that external insulin pumps that deliver insulin by continuous subcutaneous infusion are proven and medically necessary for managing individuals with type 1 or insulin requiring type 2 diabetes. However, what they do is they then reference you to the medical necessity criteria here. So you would have to dig even further. And again, I don't think that this is something that members should really have to get into the weeds with, but knowledge is power, you know, and I hear so often from our diabetic members, there's just so much confusion, and it seems that, you know, it's kind of everywhere. That's why I was asked to provide this presentation. There's just so much confusion around these items. So I'm just really trying to empower you with the knowledge. So we see a note here on this particular summary. It says programmable disposable external insulin pumps such as Omnipod are considered clinically equivalent to standard insulin pumps. However, we see here, due to insufficient evidence of efficacy, the following devices are unproven and not medically necessary for managing individuals with diabetes, such as implantable insulin pumps, insulin infuser ports, non-programmable transdermal insulin delivery systems, e.g. Vigo. So, and, you know, I love our doctors and I trust them wholly and completely, but if a doctor prescribes something like this to you and the health plan says, oh, I'm sorry, we can't cover it, it's because they haven't been proven medically necessary. So it's not that the doctor isn't trusted, it's that, you know, all of the different reviews and every company has a different board, a different way of, drawing up their medical policy, but that's where it's coming from. So as far as continuous glucose monitoring, CGMs are proven and medically necessary for managing individuals with diabetes in the following circumstances: short-term use, 3 to 14 days, by a healthcare provider for diagnostic purposes; long-term use for personal use at home for managing individuals with diabetes during pregnancy who meet all of the following criteria: have demonstrated adherence to a physician-ordered diabetic treatment plan, are on an intensive insulin regimen, 3 or more insulin injections per day or insulin pump therapy, and regularly monitor blood glucose 3 or more times per day; long-term use for personal use at home for managing individuals with type 1 or type 2 diabetes when certain criteria are met; for medical necessity coverage, CMCG. So again, you know, to really get into the weeds of it, you would have to click here for this particular health plan. But this is a good summary. This is kind of what a lot of, if you called customer service, they might have a quick summary like this. If you wanted further information, you can always ask for a health plan's medical policy, and that has to be sent to you. So as we look down further on CGMs, we see here that due to insufficient evidence of efficacy, the following services and or devices are unproven and not medically necessary: CGM using an implantable glucose sensor, e.g. Eversense, or CGM using a non-invasive device. So again, this is just an example of a medical policy or a summary of one. Most health plans are going to follow these exact same guidelines because, as they're saying here, these devices are unproven. So if an implantable glucose sensor is unproven to one health plan, it's going to be unproven to another as well. You know, they're all looking at AMA and various organizations, and then they have their own physicians who sit on the board for the medical policy. But generally speaking, this information could be applied across most health plans. But again, if you want the specifics for your health plan, you can absolutely call customer service and say, please provide me with the medical policy for a CGM or an insulin pump, or, you know, whatever the service may be. So let's say you don't agree. Your doctor's ordered you a CGM and your health plan denies it because they say it's not medically necessary or something like that. I've included a quick screenshot here from CMS showing how you would file an appeal for original Medicare. And it's slightly different than if you're on a Medicare Advantage plan. So for original Medicare, this is after the claim has already been filed. They say reference your Medicare summary notice, but you can also call and say, hey, you guys have denied my my doctor's authorization request for a CGM. I'd like to appeal it. In which case, they're going to require you to send in a written form, and they're going to require this information here, your name and address, circle the items or services you disagree with, an explanation of why you think they should be covered, the name of your representative, any other information that may help your case. Unfortunately, Medicare always requires things in writing. Some of our other groups at Blue Cross, they can file this over the phone, but at this time, Medicare does still require everything in writing. So just be prepared for that if you are filing some type of appeal. Now, for original Medicare, they say that original Medicare will make a decision within 60 days after they get your request. Let's see here. Now, for Medicare Advantage or MA or MAPD plan, slightly different but similar process. You would just contact the plan and say, hey, I'd like to file this appeal. Again, it does have to be in writing. But the reason I always say to call first is so that there's a log of, of your appeal being started. I just like the tracking for it personally. So I always recommend, even though you're going to have to send it in writing, I always recommend making a call and just stating, hey, I will be filing this appeal because I disagree with this decision. So as far as Medicare Advantage plans go, if you think, or let's see here, the plan must give you this decision within 72 hours, or your doctor tells your plan, okay, let's see. So yeah, so they have a certain timeline. As far as the appeal, they have 60 days, but if it's serious and you can't wait the 14 days for a decision, for like a CGM or something, then your doctor can ask for an expedited request, which is 72 hours. So here are some of the links that I referenced, actually all of them. One thing I didn't cover on any of the slides is this link here. Is my test, item, or service covered? Again, I know that a lot of folks are on Medicare Advantage plans, and they're great because they provide additional benefits that original Medicare doesn't. But if you're struggling to locate a benefit or an item or something, and you can't tell if it's covered, you can always come out here to the Medicare website and check it there. It's very easy. You can type in CGM or insulin pump, whatever. If it pops up and says that it is covered on original Medicare, then it is absolutely covered under your Medicare Advantage plan. Again, it may not be the same brand, but it has to be covered if Medicare shows that it's covered. So I also want to, I'm going to open up this Diabetes Supply Services and Prevention Programs booklet, just so you guys can see it. And let's see, let me get this shared real quick. Okay, can everybody see that?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so this is the booklet that I referenced for most of the information. I know it wasn't a whole lot because we're only focusing on the CGM and the insulin pump, but this is a wealth of knowledge here, or information. And it's a great booklet, and I really recommend that everybody just save this or print it out. If maybe you're not comfortable using a computer a lot, have someone print it out for you. It's a great reference tool. And they just break it down so easily. So you can see blood sugar and testing equipment, insulin pumps, they cover everything. They cover Part D benefits, what is under Part D, because that's a lot of confusion too. Oftentimes as people are like, well, is my insulin Part D or is it Part B or when is it B or medical? So, so again, I just wanted to point you guys to this. And it also does cover the screenings. And of course, helpful tips and things like that. So definitely reference this link. It will be, or it is at the end of the presentation, and I can ask Selena to send that out. Let me show you the other links as well. How do I file an appeal? I think it's important to know this information because, you don't know what you don't know. So if something has been denied, and you're not entirely sure, how do I appeal, how do I go about getting this covered? So that's important to know. So how do I file an appeal? CMS offers different links for the different types of plans. So some folks are covered under PACE. Some folks are covered under a special needs plan, and I didn't address those specifically. Special needs plans are usually part of a Medicare Advantage plan. PACE is certain criteria has to be met to qualify for that. But overall, I mean, here is every instance in which you might need to file an appeal and the instructions for that. And then, is this item or service covered? So this is super easy to use. I think this is easier than most plans that I've seen. You just come out here, you type it in. So in this case, we can say insulin pump. Of course, we have the document, but so here, the first option that comes up is just insulin, but we know that Medicare doesn't, Part B, which is medical, doesn't cover the insulin unless it's being used in a pump. It doesn't cover the pens or the needles or the alcohol swabs or gauze, because those are covered under the Part D. So things to know, and it covers the Part D here as well. So again, just another really great resource, whether you're on original Medicare or if you're on a Medicare Advantage plan or Medicare supplement. So this is what Medicare says is the end all be all. Most times Medicare will not endorse a specific brand. However, that could happen. They may pass a mandate or issue a mandate or letter of direction that says you must cover this particular brand for whatever reason, but generally that is not the case. It's just the type of service they're going to say. But if it shows that it's covered here, your plan must absolutely cover it. No questions about that. So again, I know that we were real specific on, let me see, I'm gonna stop sharing that. So I know we were really specific on those two items. Do we have any questions about, I'm happy to look at any other item if you guys have questions about that, but just remember that I can't get too specific just because every plan is different.
Hi, Amy. Yes, we do have some YouTubers that are watching that have questions for you. So I'll let Amanda ask those for you.
Okay.
Okay, so we have Rob. He is currently using a Freestyle Libre, and he was wondering, is that considered a CGM? And if so, what would be a reason why his insurance wouldn't cover that, and he has to pay cash, even though he's had diabetes for quite a while?
Okay, so Rob, thank you so much for your question. I don't want to get into that because that sounds like personal health information, and we have to be super careful about that. But please send me an email with your name and your phone number, and I would be happy to kind of dig into that for you. It could be that your particular plan has a specific brand that they want you to use. So if you're not using that specific brand, then they may not cover it. But I just don't want to go into too much detail, again, because of PHI.
Okay, we have another question from Jane. She has a mom who's insulin dependent but lives in a different state. And she does have Blue Cross Blue Shield, but her state, what they pay for her insulin is much more expensive than what Jane pays for here in New Mexico. And she's wondering if you knew why that is the case.
Yeah, very good question. And I can't say specifically why. And I did see a question pop up real fast that asked, what is PHI? So PHI is anything that is a combination of your name, your health conditions, your medications, things like that. So again, we just got to be real careful with that. But chances are that her plan in this other state just has different benefits. Blue Cross Blue Shield in particular is not owned by one corporation. There are many different corporations that own Blue Crosses. For example, Blue Cross Blue Shield of New Mexico is owned by HCSC, and HCSC owns 4 other states. So I really can't say exactly why, but again, if you want to send me an email with your name and a phone number, I'm happy to look into it for you. We can kind of dig into it, and a lot of times the information is on that plan's website, and we could figure it out real easily.
Okay, and lastly, we just have a question about podiatry, if it's covered under any plans for, say, a diabetic to go and get foot exams.
Yes, absolutely. Diabetics do have access to foot exams. And let me see here. Let me come back to, I don't know if that's still sharing. Let me share, and here we go. So this document here that, again, I do have a link to, it's going to cover the foot exams. So right here we can see foot exams and treatment. If you have diabetes-related nerve damage in either of your feet, Medicare Part B will cover one foot exam every 6 months by a podiatrist or other foot care specialist, unless you've seen a foot care specialist for some other foot problem during the past 6 months. Remember, you should be under the care of your primary care doctor or diabetes specialist when getting foot care. So yes, foot care is covered. Obviously, you can see there's a little bit of a caveat there if you've been seen in the past 6 months. But if Medicare is covering it under Part B, your plan must cover it as well if you're on Medicare Advantage or Medicare Advantage prescription drug plan.
Okay, and we have the kind of the same question, but for a retina specialist, so that they can receive eye exams.
Now, eye exams, that's kind of a trickier question. Are we talking a medical exam or like a refraction or retinopathy or, nephropathy, or what type of eye exam?
Retina, to see specifically a retina specialist.
Okay, so yes, that is typically covered for a diabetic, and let's just see if they address that here. So it doesn't look, let's see. Might be under yearly wellness. Yeah, typically that is covered. Let's see, but you can see here, this is why I asked, because original Medicare and Medicaid drug plans don't cover everything. For example, these supplies aren't covered. Eyeglasses and exams for glasses called a refraction, except after cataract. And so the refraction is typically used just to determine the type of correction needed. But if it is a medically necessary exam due to diabetes, then it's typically covered.
Okay, perfect. I think they were specifically talking about retinopathy, which I would assume would be covered since it's diabetic related.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Any other questions, ladies?
No, ma'am, that's it.
Awesome. All right. Amy, we appreciate your time today.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. And please, to the attendees, don't hesitate to reach out. I'm happy to help, whether it's diabetic questions, or if you're interested in looking at other plans, I can connect you with, like I said, an impartial broker. So thank you, everyone. Take care.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. So let's share our next slide. Awesome. So we have a cooking demonstration that was pre-recorded by Miss Kelly Coffeen. And so we're going to play that for you now. And she has a cookbook out, Tex-Mex Diabetes Cookbook. It's awesome if you haven't seen it. Like the slide says, endorsed by the ADA. It's absolutely wonderful. So we'll go ahead and start that video for you now.
Kelly Coffeen. I'm the author of Tex-Mex Diabetes Cooking, and today we're going to do one of my favorite appetizers, the 7-layer dip. Only we're going to make sure that it's a little bit lighter and healthier than some that I've had in the past. So the first thing we're going to do is I've bought just a can of black beans, and I've already started mashing those. What I did was I opened them, I rinsed them, so put them in a colander, rinsed them with water, just because sometimes I did get the low sodium, but I want to make sure that I don't have really much sodium on this in this at all. So I'm just adding a little bit of water back in just to make them a little bit smoother. And then once I get them all mashed, we're going to just spread them out on a nice little platter here. That's why I like this recipe. It's so easy. When you have company come, it's just the perfect appetizer. And if you just really watch calories, fat, and portion control, we can keep it all pretty healthy. Okay, so I'm just gonna take this and mash it out, covering. Now, you can do this in like an 8x8 glass dish, but you know, I like everything to be kind of pretty. So I'm using one of my favorite dishes, and I'm just doing a very thin layer right here. Okay, then what we're gonna do is we're gonna top this, these mashed black beans. We're gonna top those with a little fat-free sour cream. That's the key. Again, we're looking for some low-calorie, low-fat items at the store, so fat-free sour cream. And then we're gonna add some flavoring to it. We're doing this with our mild taco seasoning, and this has 30% less sodium, but what's important about this is you don't need the entire packet. All I need, this is 1.5 cups of sour cream, and all I need is a tablespoon. I'm just giving it a little bit of flavor. So you can see a tablespoon is a lot. So I'm just gonna mix that up, okay? And really, fat-free sour cream, it's not always easy to find, but it is out there. So look, and if you have a favorite place to shop, talk to your grocer. They will be more than happy to order things in. People don't do that often enough. So you might just ask them. Okay, so now I've really mixed this pretty well. Okay, and we are going to smooth it just across these black beans. So I'm gonna move this up here so I have a little bit better angle. I'm just gonna, oh my gosh, this is gonna be so good. And I had fun shopping for baked chips, and so we'll talk about that as well, because that's important, right? It really is. So we're trying to keep all the calories low, but now look, think about it. You're gonna have company come over. We're just gonna make this look so beautiful. Okay. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be awesome. Let me try it. I didn't need any more flavor than that. It's gonna be perfect. Okay, so 2 layers. Now we're gonna go ahead and we're going to, I bought, again, reduced calorie cheese. This is a combination of cheddar and Monterey Jack. But again, reduced calorie. I'm just gonna put this across the top, okay? It looks like a lot. It really looks like a lot. So you're really not keeping yourself from enjoying good food. What we're doing here is just making sure that it's food that is good for you. Okay, so now this is classic guacamole. I have that in the cookbook as well. And I'm just gonna put a little bit here, a little bit there, but this is literally 1/2 cup, and it really comes out to maybe 1 medium-sized avocado, okay? And to that, it just has a little onion, a little tomato, and a little bit of lime juice. So I'm just gonna put little dabs of this all over the top so everybody gets a little bite. And then we're gonna finish it off with some of the best ingredients yet, which is our fresh ingredients and what I love. All right, so we've got that. Okay, so we have our guacamole. So what are we? 1, 2, 3, we've got our 4. Now we're gonna finish it off with the best. So I'm just gonna put fresh tomatoes. I diced. I like to seed my tomatoes. I don't like seeds. So I took one medium tomato, seeded it and diced it. Okay, oh my gosh, look how beautiful that is. And then move this way. I'm gonna put, let's do onions next. Okay, literally 3 onions, mostly the greens. Okay, so just mostly greens. Okay, love that. And then we have our black olive. This is about a half cup of black olives. Oh my gosh, are you ready to dive in? I know I am. Okay, but not yet because I got a couple other things I want to share with you. Okay, so, all right, so we got that, all good. Look how beautiful this is. Is that fabulous? Okay, but let's talk about what we're gonna scoop it with. So we've got Tostitos baked, 50% less fat, whatever brand, doesn't matter to me, but look, fabulous, right? So let me take a little bit here, and then I am gonna tell you a little bit more about the ingredients. Wow, so good. You can't even tell that is a little bit lighter than what you'd see. Now, these are the little scoop chips, which I think they're fun and they're cute, so I got these. You can put them around. But they have baked chips in all different sizes. Plus, the other thing, I love these. And these are the potato baked chips. So you can even do that. And I love that flavor with them too. So lots of different options. Just be looking for those, right? So I just wanted to share with you. So really, the choices in the exchange for the black bean layer dip is 1 starch, a half a fat-free milk, and a half of a fat. And it's 3 chips with 2 tablespoons. That's really a lot, right? What I just tasted was 1 chip with maybe half a tablespoon. So this is gonna fill you up, right? And I have all of the basic nutritional value on every single recipe. So enjoy, have fun, and man, let's just eat up, okay? I'm gonna put these in here. And we're just gonna have ourselves a little bit of a feast, okay? So enjoy and entertain. Life is good, even when you're trying to watch what you're trying to do with your diet. Hey everyone, as you know, I'm Kelly Caffeine and we are cooking out of the Tex-Mex Diabetes Cookbook. So we're gonna change it up a little bit. I wanna do some comfort food for you. 'Tis the season, right? It's starting to get a little chilly out there. So we're gonna do a green chili corn chowder. Let me say that again. Green chili corn chowder. Not easy to say. But anyway, so let's get started. Come on over here. I've got 2 tablespoons of olive oil, which is not a lot, but just enough to start sauteing some things. So I am going to take my garlic. I have 3 cloves of garlic, and I like to grate my garlic like this. I know a lot of people like to use it right from the jar, and it's flavorful too, but I love just having this freshness. So I'm gonna grate that. I've got 1 more. The best part about this recipe is not only are we gonna be using some more of our low-fat dairy products, but we're really gonna increase our fiber with all this wonderfulness here. Right here, we have 2 zucchini that I've chopped up. Okay, so we're gonna put that in. And then of course the best produce in the world, our own fresh green chili. Okay, lots of good, healthy fiber. You know, green chili has lots of vitamin C, so we love that. Okay, now I'm gonna just start really sauteing this down, and then once I get that zucchini kind of soft, I'm gonna add the corn. We don't wanna add the corn in yet. Now, this is 4 cups of frozen corn. We use frozen corn because we're trying to watch that sodium intake, right? So frozen corn, fresh zucchini. You can use fresh corn if you can find it different times of the year. And then 1 cup of our roasted and peeled and chopped green chili. As you can see, I'm just cooking this to an al dente and just soft enough because we'll cook it some more. I'm gonna add the corn, okay? And we're gonna saute the corn. Again, garlic, right? Corn, green chili, zucchini. How fabulous is this? Okay, so we're gonna get that corn heated through. Okay, and once we get this to where it's, I'm gonna turn this up just a tiny bit. We're gonna get this heated all the way through, and then I'm gonna transfer it to my stock pot that I should say my soup pot that I like to use. So, okay, I'm gonna transfer this. Let me move these out of the way. Turn this down, move this forward. We're gonna pour all of this into our soup pot and get ready to finish off this green chili corn chowder. So you can see I continue to cook our veggies here. Again, garlic, green chili, corn, zucchini, right? And to that, we're gonna add some of the good stuff, right? So this is cheddar cheese condensed soup, but we're always looking for the heart healthy, okay? So heart healthy, 50% less sodium, has less fat. So that's what we're looking for when we're doing a condensed soup. And again, this is one of my favorite little shortcuts. So this is 2 cans of just your condensed cheese soup. So we're gonna mix that in. This is gonna give us that base and that flavor. But we're gonna add a couple other little ingredients here. One is my all-time favorites. You know, I get excited when I find fat-free dairy products. So this is fat-free, half and half. It's awesome. So 2.5 cups, fat-free, half and half. So we're gonna add that. So good, so good. And then we also are gonna add a cup of water. We don't want this too rich, we don't want it too thick, and so this water is gonna cut it a little bit. And this is gonna really make this chowder delicious. As you can see, this is so full of healthy goodness. We've just been letting it simmer a little bit, and as you can tell, the zucchini is cooking a little bit more, so it's gonna be just perfect. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna serve some up. Okay. This recipe takes about 1.5 cups serving. Okay, so let's get that. And, you know, we always like to garnish our soups with something interesting. So I'm gonna put a little bit of cheddar Monterey Jack over the top. And you can put a spice. I like a little onion, but you can do, you know, Italian parsley, you can do cilantro. But again, fat-free, half and half. I used a low-fat Monterey Jack and cheddar cheese. The veggies are full of fiber and full of flavor. And then I also used a healthy choice on the condensed cheese soup, condensed cheddar cheese soup. So just a great way to make a wonderful comfort food. So delicious. Let's take a look and see. Again, a serving is a cup and a half. More than plenty. Your choices and exchanges are 1 starch, a half fat-free milk, half carbohydrate, 1 non-starchy vegetable, and 1 fat. So really good, good balance here, and what a great recipe to share with family and friends. Thank you for joining me in my kitchen. I love cooking healthy. I hope you do too. If you ever need to get in touch with me, I'm in New Mexico. I'm at kellycoffeen.com. You can find me on Instagram at Kelly's_kitchen. And every once in a while I'll post something fun on there too. So reach out, I'd love to visit with you.
Hello. So that was Kelly Caffeine. So she's the author of the cookbook, the Tex-Mex cooking for people with diabetes. And I know there was a question about the cookbook. Where can you purchase that? And that is available on Amazon. So if you have an Amazon account, you should be able to get that, usually with no shipping. I believe it's also available at the Barnes & Noble bookstore and online. It's also available through the American Diabetes Association as well. So they do have a store that you can shop online with tons of books. So they do have additional cookbooks and other books. And so this book is also available through the American Diabetes Association. So there's a variety of places where you can get it. So if you're here locally, in New Mexico or anywhere where there's a Barnes & Noble, you can go there locally or online through Amazon and the ADA website. And I believe those were all the questions. Am I missing any other questions from the group?
I think that was it. Oop. Someone else have a question? No? Amanda, nothing else?
Okay.
All right. So thank you, Lourdes.
You're welcome.
So right now we're going to go ahead and start our lunch break. So it's going to last till 12:30. Oh, Fred asked, sorry, Lourdes, you know this answer and I probably should too. Is Kelly Caffeine located in Las Cruces?
Yes, she is. So she's here locally in Las Cruces, and she's also a professor with Family Consumer Sciences at NMSU. She's a professor within the clothing, textile, fashion merchandising, since she has her degree in Family Consumer Sciences.
Thank you. Any more questions out there? If you want to just type them in and we'll get them answered for you. Oops. All right. So we'll go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. I'm going to put up a poll during lunch. Take it at your leisure over the next, till 12:30. And then we'll check out the results when we're back at 12:30. All right, Selena, do you want to put up that lunch slide? And then we'll. Perfect. Okay, guys, I'm going to launch the poll and then we'll see you at 12:30. All right, welcome back, everyone. Hope everyone had a good lunch. It looks like almost everyone has finished the poll. If you haven't finished it, go ahead and do that now, and I'll give you 30 seconds to a minute, and then I will close the poll and we'll look at it. All right, I think everyone has plugged in an answer, so I'm going to end the poll and share it with everybody. So hopefully everyone can see this. So thank you for the 6 people that are new to the Expo. We appreciate you joining us. And obviously thank you to everyone else that has joined us for 2+ years. We appreciate that. 16 people either have diabetes themselves or know someone with diabetes. So that's wonderful. Hopefully we can share the information that everyone is learning today with people that they know that have type 1 or type 2 diabetes. And lastly, this is an awesome poll. How many people are watching this with you? So 11 people are watching it by themselves, which is awesome. And then we appreciate everyone else bringing other people along with them to watch this expo with us today. So we're going to get started with our next speaker in just a second. I think she's about to log on. And then we'll get started. If you guys have any questions, just go ahead and put them in the Q&A, and we'll be more than happy to answer them for you. Just a couple more minutes, guys, while we get set up. Thank you for your patience. Thanks again, guys. Just a couple more minutes. I apologize. Just a little bit of a technical delay.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. Thanks, Lourdes.
No problems. You guys able to just see the main slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So welcome, everybody. I'm Lourdes Olivas, and I'm here today to talk to you guys about sleep, the what, why, and how. And just to let you know, this presentation originally was developed by a past specialist for NMSU Cooperative Extension Service, Dr. Raquel Garzone, and I have modified and made some changes and updates. Again, I'm Lourdes Olivas with NMSU Cooperative Extension Services. A little information disclaimer. So this presentation, its main purpose is just to provide information. It's all strictly educational. So nothing in this presentation should be considered or used as a substitute for medical advice, diagnosis, or treatment. Always go ahead and ask any of those questions to your medical provider. For today's presentation, I'm going to be covering what is sleep, how do we get sleep, usually what gets in the way, and why do we need it? So what is your sleep mindset? So according to the Sleep Association, until the 1950s, most people thought sleep was passive, dormant part of our lives. And as we fast forward 70 years, there's research that has been done and shown that our brains are very active during sleep. Again, there's still a lot of research to be researched around sleep. So not everything is known about sleep. They're still researching and finding new things every day. So some of us might think sleep is weak. And then there's some that really enjoy sleep. So we all have different mindsets when it comes to sleep. So what is sleep? So sleep is a physiological behavior common in all animal species. Sleep is a state where awareness to environmental stimuli is reduced. And it's different from states of coma, hibernation, and death by the fact that it can rapidly be reversed. Sleep affects our daily functioning and our physical and mental in many ways that, again, like I mentioned, we're just starting to understand. It forms 1/3 of a human life. So we typically want to get about 8 hours of sleep within that 24-hour day. And again, a lot of it's still not known. So there's a lot of unknowns, but we have found out through research that sleep is essential for survival. So sleep deprivation does lead to severe physical impairment, followed by cognitive loss and eventually death. So there is a research on mice that showed a typical lifespan for mice is 2 to 3 years. And that lifespan was decreased to 5 weeks when sleep was deprived 2 to 3 hours. And when they were deprived of all sleep cycles, that got reduced to 2 to 3 weeks. So here we have what causes us to sleep. So nerve signaling chemicals called neurotransmitters control whether we are asleep or awake by acting on different groups of nerve cells or neurons in the brain. Neurons in the brainstem, which connects the brain with the spinal cord, produce neurotransmitters such as serotonin and norepinephrine that keep some parts of the brain active while we are awake. Other neurons at the base of the brain begin signaling when we fall asleep. These neurons appear to switch off or turn off the signals that keep us awake. Research also suggests that a chemical called adenosine builds up in our blood while we're awake and causes drowsiness. This chemical gradually breaks down while we are asleep. melatonin, which you'll see right here next to the pineal gland, it's produced there in the pineal gland and it's released in the bloodstream. Darkness prompts the pineal gland to start producing melatonin, while light causes the production to stop. And so you'll see where the eyeball is, we have the retinohypothalamic tract, which receives or interprets information of our environment. So this is letting us know if it's light, dark, the day length, again, so which is what's going to help trigger that production of melatonin in our pineal gland. And so again, all of this right here is kind of connected. We have our circadian rhythm, which we have an image right here. So circadian means, it's Latin meaning around the day. And so this is regulated by melatonin. And so it synchronizes our sleep cycle, our sleep-wake cycle, with night and day. So as you can see in this image, where it's orange, that's where our lowest levels of melatonin. So that's throughout the day when we're awake for most of us. And the highest level is at night. So you'll see it starts its secretion around 9 p.m. And then again, that kind of stops when the sunlight, the sun is rising. So around 7:30. So our sleep cycle. So we have 5 stages of the sleep cycle. The 5th one being our rapid eye movement, which many of us are familiar with. And so these stages, again, it starts with 1, and after the REM cycle, it starts all over again. For children, infants, they spend most of their time in the REM cycle. Stage 1, it's the very beginning. Usually there will be a very slow eye movement. And when we're in this stage, we can we can wake up really easily. So if someone, startles us with some loud noise or something, and we're still in this stage, we're going to wake up pretty quickly. And then usually we might even wake up with sudden movements. So one of the things is, if you ever watched someone fall asleep in class, and if they kind of like jerked, usually they were still within that stage 1, of course, and then something startled them and they woke up. Stage 2, it's our movement stop and our brain waves kind of become slower, and rapid waves called sleep spindles. And then as we move on to stage 3 and 4, this is pretty much where we kind of refer to it as a deep sleep. And so our brain produces delta waves. And this is where a lot of the, your body is repairing itself. Your immune system is, again, repairing itself. Our first presenter this morning talked about muscles. When we work out, resistance training, those muscles kind of tear down. This is where your body's going to repair those muscles. And again, that's where the muscle mass gains happen. If you're sick, again, this is, when we tend to sleep a lot. So we're usually in this phase right here. Children, we tell them, you got to get good sleep so you can grow and be tall. So again, growth hormones are released. This is also going to help with your endocrine system. So again, that sleep right there is going to help you the next day manage your diabetes, your glucose levels a lot better. When we switch to the REM sleep, our breathing becomes more rapid, irregular, shallow, and our eyes tend to jerk rapidly, and our limb muscles become temporarily paralyzed during our sleep, and that heart rate increases. And so this is also where, I guess, where dreams occur. And so the first REM sleep period usually occurs about 70 to 90 minutes after we fall asleep. And as we progress through the night, we'll end up spending more time in the REM cycle and less time in the other cycles. But at the very beginning of our sleep, majority of that time of our sleep is spent in stages 3 and 4, because it's obviously, your body needs it to repair itself and alter the hormones and everything. So how long do we need to sleep? So that's the big question, is how much sleep should I be getting? So I'm going to go ahead and launch a poll here. And if you guys can, I'll give you guys a few seconds to answer that. How many hours do you typically sleep? And remember, this poll is anonymous, so we're not going to know who's, answering what. Give it a few more seconds. So out of the ones that answered the poll questions, we did have 23%. So 3 answered more than 8 hours. Majority of you guys answered 6 to 7. And then we did have 15% answered less than 6 hours. So thank you guys for answering that. So right here, you'll see typically for adults, we do want to get that 7 to 9 hours of sleep. So typically 8 is right there in the middle. Our youth definitely do need more hours of sleep. A lot of it is because they're growing. So we want to make sure that they're getting plenty of sleep. And then of course our infants and toddlers do sleep more throughout the day, but that's also including the naps. So of course, they're constantly waking up every few hours. Again, 6 hours or less has shown through research that it leads to health issues, and those with underlying health conditions, those health issues can be exacerbated. So we move on to napping. That's another question a lot of people ask. And again, under 5, they're constantly napping, a few times throughout the day. Babies pretty much, it's like napping, 24/7. And as we get older, naps can be essential depending, if our work schedule or we didn't get a good night's sleep the night before. So, optimal nap time is between 10 to 30 minutes. Individuals that probably work graveyard will benefit from a 40-minute to a 2-hour nap. And the optimal time for individuals that do work graveyard, when to take that nap is at the half point between your waking hours. And for those of us that wake up in the morning and sleep at night, then we want to make sure it's like more in the late afternoon, but not too close to bedtime for that nap. So here's a little graphic humor. So laughter is good for your health. So this is just showing somebody reading that scientists now say lack of sleep is linked to chronic health problems, including Alzheimer's disease. And then if you look at the time, it's, past midnight, and it's like, oh no, my health. Well, I better stay up and research this. So contradicting, little humor. So what does lack of sleep do? So here's just a list, a few things that, again, through research, they've shown that a lack of sleep can lead to, alters your sympathetic nervous system, which is the fight or flight reaction. So if you're in a situation and you have to react quickly, are you going to run from this situation? Are you going to face the situation? A lack of sleep can actually leave you either frozen and like not knowing what to do. if you have diabetes, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult. So it impairs your glucose tolerance. And then it alters your hormone levels. So these two right here I have highlighted in blue because it really does affect people with diabetes on being able to manage their diabetes, along with all the other things here listed. Memory lapses or loss, you know, one of the things that I remember in college is we would stay up late to study, and then we wouldn't really do that well on our test. So again, that memory loss right there. So your brain's not gonna be able to retain all that information due to the lack of sleep. Additional potential health effects of lack of sleep. Poor glucose metabolism or diabetes. If you don't have diabetes, but you have a risk, so family history, or you've been told you have pre-diabetes, you're just increasing that risk with lack of sleep. So you're going to end up with diabetes a lot quicker if you're not getting a good amount of sleep. Increased cortisol levels, that will lead to stress. Decreased melatonin levels. So, you know, lack of sleep, you know, we need melatonin that helps regulate our circadian rhythm and help us get a good sleep. Then at the same time, if we're not getting a good night's sleep, those melatonin levels will be decreased. So it's just a catch-22. They're creating a vicious cycle. It's also been linked to increased cardiovascular disease, increased risk of certain cancers, and risk of cognitive decline in Alzheimer's. So, you know, there's lots of research out there to show that lack of sleep does lead to that memory loss, dementia, Alzheimer's. Sleep in the brain. So during sleep, connections between brain cells undergo massive shrinkage. So this is making room for new memories. It's going to get rid of weak memories and definitely keep important those important memories. And this is happening during, again, that stage 3 and 4 of our sleep cycle. So our brain synapses reset each night when we sleep. And this process cannot occur while we're awake. So again, very important to get a good night's sleep. 2 hours less sleep in one night will keep the brain from turning information from your day into long-term memories. And brain exhibits local sleep during the day, in which parts of the brain fall asleep while you're awake. So this could be if you're doing something and you were like, wait, what happened there? You know, you kind of feel like a little few seconds happen and you don't even know what happened, you know, what occurred. It could have been because you didn't get a good night's sleep. And again, this is where your brain had that little local sleep. And then again, the information. So it's better to try to read or study if you're in college or, you know, have an exam or something, you know, days prior to that, and then get a really good night's sleep every night so you can retain that information that you're learning. Impact of sleep on eating. So a lack of sleep can lead us to overeat, pick foods higher in fats and carbs, which then leads us to not being able to get a good night's sleep. So again, that vicious cycle, you know, because certain foods can prevent us from getting a good sleep. We'll go into that. But then again, not getting a good night's sleep will make us crave those, you know, fatty foods and high processed snacks. So watching what we eat and the quantity. So again, lack of sleep, we're eating, we're not really hungry. And so that's what this image is showing right here. So again, I talked about altered hormones. So our leptin decreases, our ghrelin increases. These hormones affect our whether we're hungry, satisfied. You'll see cortisol levels get increased. So again, that stress. And so all of this is affecting our sleep, but then it's also affecting, you know, if you have diabetes, it's going to make it more difficult to manage your glucose levels. Altered thermal regulation is referring to a decreased metabolism. So, you know, we're going to end up burning less calories. And if you have pre-diabetes, then again, this is increasing that risk where you're going to lead to the diagnosis of diabetes a lot sooner, a lot quicker. And all of this leads to obesity, and we know that obesity is one of the biggest risk factors in those with pre-diabetes, and then those with diabetes on managing their glucose levels. So it's just kind of like a little cycle right there from the lack of sleep. Impact of sleep deprivation on exercise. So again, our first presenter had talked about exercise. So sleep is important because it will alter your performance. So you're gonna be slower, your reaction time gets decreased, which that can lead to injury. We tend to feel too tired, unmotivated to exercise. So sometimes we end up just not doing anything. And so it affects our mindset. So again, if we're too tired, we're not going to exercise, but that exercise could help us get a better night's sleep. So the benefits of exercise, doing 30 minutes of a moderate aerobic exercise, you can see a difference immediately that same night. So if you were to go out today and do 30 minutes of a jog or some type of cardiovascular, you would more likely see a benefit and hopefully get a really good night's sleep tonight. Best time of exercise, that's a question that gets asked a lot. I always tell people it varies from person to person, but it's good to avoid doing some type of exercise 2 to 3 hours before your bedtime. So that way you're able to go to sleep. If you exercise right close to bedtime, it's going to be counterproductive. You're not going to be able to fall asleep. You're going to have all this energy and it's going to keep you up. So 2 to 3 hours might be good. I've had some people that say, oh, 1 hour is perfect for me, which is great. But then there's others that, they need at least 3 hours before their bedtime. Cardiovascular increases endorphins, so this is good. It'll help reduce stress. It's and you'll just feel much better, and it'll help with just being happy, reducing stress. Yoga, stretch, or meditation exercises are also good for relaxation and to help reduce those stress levels as well. The impact of sleep deprivation on stress management. So we talked about cortisol, lack of sleep increases cortisol in our system, which increases the stress. And so this is where it's going to alter, reduces self-regulation, which is the ability to monitor and manage our emotions, thoughts, and behaviors in ways that are acceptable and produce positive results around us. So usually, if somebody snaps at you, you might not have had a good night's sleep. So they're just very moody. Reduces our emotional stability, decreases self-awareness, and then it impairs our cognition. So depending on, where we work, we want to make sure that we're able to manage our stress level, because that can affect the people around us and our work productivity. Insufficient sleep also impacts, we have, higher numbers of people calling in, lack of innovation or production, performance is reduced. Truck drivers are monitored to make sure that they're getting the rest, and hopefully they're sleeping during that time when they're out on the roads, because lack of sleep, has been shown to lead to car accidents. So again, that reaction time is part of it as well. And then here's additional lists, difficult to work with the team, unethical behavior, impaired communication. So I'm going to launch another poll here. And this one is, what is your sleep quality? So do you sleep like a baby through the night? Do you wake up frequently? Do you have difficulty falling asleep, or do you have both, B and C? Okay, I think we've got almost everybody. I'm going to go ahead and just end this and share the results. So we did have 14% that slept, said that they sleep like a baby through the night. So awesome. We had 36% said they wake up frequently, and 21% said they have difficulty falling asleep. And then we had 29% that have both wake up frequently and difficulty falling asleep. So thank you for sharing that. And so those are some common issues. So what can lead to some of those sleep issues? Again, stress, increased cortisol levels, deficiency of minerals and vitamins. We're going to talk about this in just a minute. Overweight, obesity. So if you're overweight or obese, that could be playing a huge role in getting a good night's sleep. Again, lack of exercise. So we talked about exercise can help you, like that day that you do exercise, to have a better night's sleep. So increasing your physical activity, or if you're not doing anything, starting something, just something small. If you're a new parent or you have kids, of course, that's going to keep us from having a good night's sleep because they wake up every 2 to 3 hours. Financial concerns. So, having these concerns can keep us up at night. And especially right now during COVID, it seems like those have increased among people. Having to use the bathroom. So sometimes this might be related to medication that you're on. For example, like if you're on any diuretics or blood pressure medicine, sometimes those will have you waking up throughout the night and using their bathroom. So, again, talking to your doctor. Sometimes it might be just a bad mattress. So it might be time to go and make an investment in a better mattress or in some pillows so you can have a better night's sleep. Unfamiliar environments. I know for myself, if I travel, I usually have a hard time sleeping in a hotel, or I guess the motels where the doors open out directly outside. I don't ever feel comfortable and I don't sleep at all. A noisy environment. So again, if there's a lot of noise or where you live, like in the city, if you're not used to it, that might be keeping you up at night as well. Sometimes our diet, our gut, so that could keep us up. So, you might want to look, again, talk to a doctor, a registered dietitian to see if you, have any food intolerances. They can work with you so that way you can actually have a diet that can help you. And again, these are just some issues. There's so many more. Circadian rhythm disruptor. So again, our circadian rhythm regulates our sleep. So some things that can kind of disrupt that is caffeine consumption, sleep timing issues, shift work. So if we work graveyard and they're especially if they're constantly shifting that, that will definitely throw you off. And cigarette smoking. So if you smoke cigarettes, it might be time to go ahead. Another reason to try to quit. Electromagnetic field exposure. So this is like poor or old wiring that will affect, that circadian rhythm. Exposure to bright lights during night hours. So besides exposure to bright lights at night, a lack of natural daylight throughout the day can also disrupt our circadian rhythm. So getting out there and getting some of that sunlight will help throughout the day, during the day, so you can have a better night's sleep. Jet lag. So again, for people that travel a lot, when you're especially going into different time zones or traveling from one country to the next, that's going to disrupt your circadian rhythm. And then age. So again, with age, our melatonin does decrease. So sleep disorders, 50 to 70 million adults in the US have a chronic sleep disorder. So insomnia, it's trouble falling or staying asleep. Sleep-related breathing disorder, so, snoring. So sometimes you might want to have that looked at with your doctor. Hypersomnia is sleep disorder that causes serious daytime sleepiness. And then we have circadian sleep disorders. So this is where our sleep times are out of alignment. Parasomnia is disruptive sleep-related disorders such as nightmares, night terrors, sleepwalking. Sleep-related movement disorders also could be like restless leg syndrome. So again, these are issues. If you have or think you have any of these issues, it's always best to talk to your healthcare provider. They can always refer you to a specialist. So that way you can get evaluated and diagnosed, and then obviously get the treatments that you need to help you so you can get a better sleep. Some sleep recommendations. So environmental, making sure your room's dark, and if that's not possible, an eye mask can help. Essential oils, those tend to be trending, sometimes popular. So lavender, chamomile seem to be the ones that are more of that that will relax you and help sleep better. White noise. So sometimes we might need some constant noise, so that white noise will help. And there's a lot of devices out there that you can purchase pretty cheap that will give you that like static noise, or the rainforest. Earplugs if it's noisy environment. So you can find those at your pharmacy store. Decreasing your electromagnetic frequencies, so ground outlets. If you have an old home, might have that looked at. Eliminating the use of electronic devices in the hours before bed. So we're attached to the screen. Kids are on tablets and stuff. So trying to make sure that you're removing that a few hours before bed. So that way, because there's certain lights that are emitted through these screens, and it just keeps your brain like in overdrive. Exposing yourself, like I mentioned, bright lights in the morning. So go out in the morning, take a walk. If you have a garden, attend to it, or just sit out there with a cup of coffee. So first thing in the morning, a lot of us are here teleworking, make your coffee, go outside, enjoy the sun as it's rising, get that, vitamin D. Emotional, psychological, we want to decrease our stress. So finding ways that we can just relax, reduce the stress around us, always thinking positive, being, thankful for things around us, always looking at that instead of like negative stuff. Cognitive behavioral therapy. So sometimes we just need to go and talk to somebody. So, reaching out to sometimes just vent what's going on, and getting all that off our shoulders will help. Relaxing music, mindfulness, relaxation, meditation. There's a lot of sleeping apps out there that can also help with that. And, they can help with the whole meditation and relaxing. Looking at your physical, so eliminating sleep disruptors, so avoiding caffeine, alcohol, diet pills, large meals before bed. Again, exercising in the day to promote a deeper sleep. Implementing breathing exercises before bed. Not overeating right before bed. We tend to have heavier dinner, a heavier dinner than lunch. So maybe, having a bigger lunch and a lighter dinner might help. Adding foods high with melatonin at dinner. We're going to talk about that here in a bit. Losing weight. So again, if you're overweight, obese, you might want to look at that. Fixing your gut, as I mentioned. So working with a registered dietitian, your healthcare provider. And then I mentioned don't exercise, 2 to 3, at least 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours before bed. Creating a bedtime routine and following and sticking to it. So even on the weekends or your days off, you stick to that same schedule and avoid trying to sleep in. Sometimes we might need to just sleep alone. So if our partner kicks a lot, snores, they might be keeping us up at night. So it might be time to maybe switch that king bed for like 2 twin beds or something, or going into another room, so we can just survive throughout the day, because we're going to be cranky if we're not getting a good night's sleep. Consider sleep restrictions to get that sleep cycle reset. Again, dietary choices, and don't stay awake in bed. So, sometimes if we wake up early, let's go ahead and get our day started, and then maybe go to bed a little bit earlier that day, that night. COVID-19 right now is affecting it's affecting our sleep on a lot of us. So, our routines have been just flipped around, like our lack of routine. We're working from home, some of us. Our kids are doing school at home. They don't have any of those extracurricular activities that kind of kept us on track. A lot of us don't even know what day of the week it is because it's like the same day every day. Being stuck at home indoors reduces that natural light, that sunlight that we need. We're on the screen a lot more. Family work stress related fatigue, increased anxiety. So all of this is also playing a role on our sleep. So if you were sleeping okay before COVID and now you're finding that, well, I'm not getting good sleep, I don't feel good, this could be the reason. And so making sure that you create a routine, a schedule, and stick to it, wake up at the same time every morning, go to sleep. And so that way it hopefully kind of creates a new schedule that you can sleep. Don't oversleep. So right now, a lot of people, if they're, you're depressed, you're going to be more tempted to stay in bed and oversleep. And that could actually have the same effects. And so you're going to feel groggy, irritable. You're not able to focus throughout the day. So guidelines to sleeping well during this outbreak is, following that schedule, create something, that will fit and that you can follow every day. Avoid using your bedroom as a work or school space. So, move or, put a desk in the living room or in the kitchen, somewhere outside of your bedroom. Get outside, as I mentioned, stay active. So try to give yourself 10-15 minutes 3 times throughout the day if possible, morning, midday, evening, to do some type of physical activity. Relaxation meditation. You can do this right before bed to help you relax, reduce the stress. Again, be cautious with naps. We talked about naps earlier. And, try to have a healthy diet in place. I have this here really quick. So here are some resources if you are experiencing any issues, finding it hard to deal with during COVID, depressed, anxiety. These are some resources that are available. So if this pertains to you or somebody, let them know so they can reach out. So, we're finding, COVID is affecting us in so many different ways right now, but there are resources out there to help you. So that way you can get on track. And I can share this so this information will also, I can forward it to SNMDO so they can go ahead and forward this on to all of the attendees as well if you weren't able to write down everything down. So nutrition's role on sleep. So there are 4 main vitamins and minerals that can be found in food that aid in promoting sleep. Tryptophan, magnesium, calcium, and B6. So magnesium is a powerful mineral that's instrumental in sleep, and it's a natural relaxant that helps deactivate adrenaline. A lack of magnesium can be directly linked to difficulty going and staying asleep. So magnesium is often referred to as the sleep mineral. Tryptophan is an amino acid that when it's ingested gets turned into neurotransmitter serotonin and then converted into the hormone melatonin. Calcium is another mineral that helps the brain make melatonin. So a lack of calcium can cause you to wake up in the middle of the night and have difficulty returning to sleep. Vitamin B6 also helps convert tryptophan into melatonin. So a deficiency in B6 has been linked with lower serotonin levels and poor sleep. A deficiency in B6 is also linked to symptoms of depression and mood disorders, which often lead to insomnia. Melatonin, sometimes called the sleep hormone, which we talked, it regulates our circadian rhythm. Many of the vitamins and minerals that are on this list are there because they help aid in the production of turning serotonin into melatonin. However, there are a few excellent sources of naturally occurring melatonin in foods. So we have, variety of fruits and vegetables, tart cherries, corn, asparagus, tomatoes, pomegranate, olives, grapes, broccoli, cucumbers. And then we have grains such as rice, barley, rolled oats, nuts and seeds such as walnuts, peanuts, sunflower seeds, mustard seeds, and flax seeds. So again, melatonin, as I mentioned at the beginning, it's produced in the pineal gland, but we also get it from our food. So it's in our, through our gut. Here's another image of just showing you where we can get calcium, vitamin B6, tryptophan, magnesium, and melatonin. As you can see, nuts, seeds, avocados, bananas, vegetables. So again, with our when diabetes, we want to make sure that half our plate are non-starchy vegetables. So we want to make sure they're like the dark greens, kale, spinach, broccoli. So if you're doing that, then you're making sure that it's going to be easier to get all of these minerals and vitamins that we need that will help us lead to a better sleep, because it's going to help with the production of melatonin and regulate our circadian rhythm. So what are some challenges you are experiencing that may be affecting your sleep? And so what do you think might work to help you? So, these are some things to just think about from the presentation. Is it a lack of exercise? Is it your diet? Is there a lot of stress? So just looking at what could be affecting your sleep, and then looking at what are some things that might work to help you get a better sleep. Again, just little graphics here. We're very tired when we're at work or falling asleep watching a movie, hopefully not when we're driving. But then when we get home and it's bedtime, we're laying in our bed wide awake. I know I've been in that situation. So hopefully there are some things that will help you guys maybe change in your routine, your habits that can lead you to a better sleep. And I will go ahead. Here are some sources. Again, American Sleep Association is where I gathered a lot of this stuff, this CDC. And then there are some additional research articles that I gathered some information for today's presentation. And right before questions, I'll go ahead and end with a little nursery rhyme. Good night, sleep tight, wake up bright in the morning light to do what's right with all your might. So this is an old little nursery rhyme. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Lourdes. That was awesome. We do have a few questions for you, so I'll let the ladies start asking those.
Okay.
So we have a question from one of our Spanish-speaking participants.
Okay.
She's asking if melatonin could be recommended for diabetes.
I don't. Okay, so melatonin, if she's talking about the supplement, she might want to go ahead and talk to her healthcare provider. But melatonin is a natural hormone that your body produces through the pineal gland. And then we also get it through the foods that we eat. So, it's found in a lot of vegetables, nuts, and those are perfect foods for people with diabetes to consume. But if she's referring to the over-the-counter supplement, it's always best to talk to your healthcare provider to just see, because there's different amounts, and then they can work with them.
And we also have a question about sweets. How do sweets and desserts affect your sleep?
So for most sweets, they're high carbs, sometimes processed foods. So it's just you're over consuming carbs, and so that just might lead you to like that gut feeling in your gut. So remember I said that sometimes like the gut will play a role in our sleep. So that could just be hindering them and not really knowing about it. So, maybe sticking to some of like the foods that I mentioned with melatonin, making sure we're getting plenty of fruits and vegetables. That way we're getting those minerals and nutrients that we need. Not that you need to avoid sweets, but limit your sweet consumption and maybe earlier in the day. Like I said, we want to avoid fatty foods and high carbs, high processed foods at dinner time, or even overeating is the other one.
Okay, we also have a question. I know you touched briefly on sleeping, but we had a attendant wanting to know, why is it that we do feel more tired, let's say if we sleep 10 hours versus if we slept 5?
Okay, so we want to make sure that we're getting at least 7 hours of sleep. But if you are sleeping 10 hours and you're still feeling kind of groggy, but you don't feel it when you sleep 5, there could be other underlying issues. So those are some concerns that you might want to address to your doctor to see if what else could be going on. A blood panel might be able to show something. Thyroid, if you're having thyroid issues, that's going to also affect your sleep and the way you feel in the morning and throughout the day. So we do want to make sure that we're getting at least 7 hours is the minimum, again, because we need to be able to make sure we're getting plenty of time within that stage 3 and stage 4, because our body needs that to rest and repair itself. But 10 hours, usually when you oversleep, they're still doing a lot of research, but yeah, you do feel groggy and you feel like just you have this lack of energy. So usually best to wake when you wake up. So I know sometimes people feel like, oh, it's 6 a.m. I can sleep like an extra hour, and that kind of tends to put you in a whole different sleep cycle. And that's why we wake up feeling like, okay, we still didn't get enough sleep. So you want to keep sleeping even more. So if you tend to wake up at 5 or 6 a.m, hopefully you still got your 7 hours of sleep, and it's fine to just go ahead and start your day at that time.
We also had a question Robert was asking if you know of any natural supplements that are recommended to help someone get better sleep.
So melatonin is one that's very common over the counter, but I still recommend always talk to your healthcare provider because they want to know even what supplements or over the counters supplements you're taking. And, I think just starting off with your diet, making sure that you're getting plenty of, vegetables, the fruits, nuts, that should help because that's where you're going to be getting, making sure that you don't have a calcium deficiency or a vitamin B6 deficiency, since research has shown that those deficiencies can lead to, a lack of sleep. But always talk to your healthcare provider because I believe there's some stuff out there. I know people drink chamomile tea in the evenings that helps them relax and sleep. And then besides melatonin.
Great. Okay, if there's no more further questions, we'd like to thank you for joining us today, Lourdes.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay. So our next speaker, I'd like to introduce Karen Plowecki. She's going to talk to us on which diet is really best for you.
Hi, everybody. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get my share screen up. All right. Okay, so hope you're all relaxed after Lourdes' presentation. So we're going to look at various diets today. My goal is to basically address different types of plans that are out there, look at the evidence, and so hopefully that way you can also help use that to help you guide as you hear claims that are being made, and empowers you a little bit more to do that. Also maybe some tools that you could use and hopefully get help you manage your diabetes. So we'll look at a historical plan, which is the ketogenic diet, off-label plans, which are basically plans that are designed for other conditions and now being tested for diabetes for those with diabetes, and then actually diabetes specific plans. So regardless of the type of plan, as a registered dietitian, there's basically our main approach is we look to glycemic control. And so the best way to do that is to make sure your meal times are about the same time every day, and you have a similar amount of carbohydrate at each of those meals, and so there's a nice consistency, especially as you are on, if you're taking medications. And then to include protein with every meal that you have to maintain the glycemic response of the carbohydrate and keep that kind of more leveled off. Any kind of fiber you get is a bonus, because there are certain types of fibers that will actually help to slow the absorption of glucose and actually help to minimize the glycemic response. And then we also look at short and long-term risks to make sure we minimize those. And then overall, we also try to make sure that you're meeting your nutritional needs for health purposes. Where a lot of people focus on the condition, in this case, diabetes, it's also important to remember to maintain health. And so that last one kind of goes with every diet I ever designed. So the ketogenic diet, let's look at a history standpoint. The ketogenic diet, prior to the learning and discovery of insulin, and researchers and scientists figured out that was the issue behind diabetes. And then the researchers identifying the structure of insulin. Prior to that, basically, we just had ketogenic diets. And this is the modified version. The full-fledged ketogenic diet goes up to 80% fat. And the goal here is to keep somebody into ketosis, or into basically a steady state of ketones, and using that as the fuel source versus using glucose as a fuel source. It's somewhat high, it's a moderate in proteins, but if you go 80% fat, proteins drop to about 20%, very low carb, because the goal is once again to get people switching over to ketones. And the body basically runs really well off of glucose. So you have 2,000 calories a day, which is about average for active women or inactive men, about 20 to 50 grams of carbohydrates. And so not a lot. So let's see, so the produced ketones and ketosis, I think from a medical standpoint, anytime you see osis, that basically means condition of, and it's condition of ketones. And so that's the primary fuel source. That's the goal for this diet. So how the body makes ketones, this looks way more complicated. So I just want to give you an idea how this works and why the body switches over fuel sources. So if insulin's not present, or there's insulin resistance, or you're fasting, this can happen. Ketones happens in everybody. The glucose is no longer available for a fuel source. So then the body starts shifting into a catabolic state. So what happens is you get these free fatty acids that are broken down. So fat gets released, broken down, and then it goes into the liver, and the liver converts those into these ketone bodies. The liver cannot use ketones for its own fuel source. It only makes ketones. Ketones go into the blood, and then they go into various tissues, particularly the heart muscle and your skeletal muscle. Kidneys can also use ketones, and then in a couple of days or so, your brain will switch over to ketones, because the brain relies on glucose, but it can use ketones. And that's basically how that works. So if you keep out the carbs, then you will develop ketones. The issue with people with diabetes is that ketosis is manageable. A lot of times we use ketosis as an indication that the diabetes is out of control or not well managed, because ketones are being formed. So that makes this a little bit of a diet plan that's not the best for people with diabetes. Then there's a diabetic ketoacidosis condition. So ketones are acidic, and the kidney has to clear them out because they're acidic. But ketosis is fine. The body can handle that. But after a while, if there's a buildup of ketones and the body's not clearing it, then that leads to diabetic ketoacidosis, which actually then can impact the pH of your blood and make it more acidic. And that's where things happen, and it's very dangerous. It's potentially fatal. So you can quickly switch from ketosis to diabetic ketoacidosis. So this plan takes an incredible amount of planning and monitoring to prevent that from happening. And so the evidence behind this is gestational diabetes. We just don't have much evidence at all. But there is something with gestational diabetes is the morning glucose levels are always high. And that's in part because there's the normal hormones that deal with the overnight fast to keep the blood sugar from falling too low. And then you have the pregnancy hormones, and it just kind of creates a wave of glucose. So if somebody were to have gestational diabetes, the best recommendation is a lower carb breakfast. So maybe a 1 carb serving, so a slice of bread or a glass of milk or something like that, or yogurt, and hold off on the fruit and most of your carbs until lunch and later. Type 1 diabetes, there is some evidence that on the short-term side that your A1C levels are improved, but the risk is really kind of high for the other, on the negative side, the cons are really high for type 1 diabetes. So your blood sugar levels could drop really fast. Then there's the other sides, they're diabetic ketoacidosis. Then, we don't know about growth for the pediatric population. There's a lot of risk for people with type 1. It's really not recommended for people with type 1 diabetes. Type 2 diabetes, if you're on medications, is not the best choice because some medications that depends on the mechanism of the medication. So that could exaggerate that and cause some problems of low blood glucose levels. If you have type 2 or you're pre-diabetes, but you're not on any medication, then there is a possibility that if you want to drop some weight fairly quickly, but not unsafely quickly, and get then ketogenic diet may work for a short term. The issue is it's not a long-term maintenance plan. So then you're going to be switching back over to probably more of a higher carb diet, and that potentially can cause a rebound weight gain. But that is an option. I mean, and that's fairly safe. Once you're on medication, frankly speaking, I do not recommend a ketogenic diet. I would follow recommendations that Raul, our first speaker, mentioned. So, but overall, the ketogenic diet, I mean, there's some evidence there that, obviously you can have consistent meal times. Carbohydrate amounts are consistent. There's just not much, but they are consistent because they want to keep somebody into ketosis. So they're not going to be very high. And protein is typically at every meal. Remember, it's not a high ketogenic diet. It's not a high protein diet. It is a high fat diet. And you may have heard of dirty keto diets versus clean. The clean one has the fish, nuts, and those foods, and then the so-called dirty keto is bacon, has a lot of bacon. So fiber is questionable. Short-term risk, the biggest is there's a lot of short-term risk because you have low blood glucose levels and you have a higher risk for diabetic ketoacidosis. So the short-term risks are pretty great. The long-term risk is because of the ketogenic diet, you're consuming a lot of fat, the lipid levels tend to be worse. And cardiovascular is higher in risk. That cardiovascular risk is higher in those with diabetes. So long-term risk is also an issue. Meeting nutritional needs, that takes a great deal of planning. I typically only see that if a dietitian is working with somebody and that's because they have epilepsy. That's kind of when I see it. And it's a very difficult diet to plan. But generally speaking, you're not going to be, there's a lot of vitamin and mineral deficiencies. And like I said, fiber is an issue. So obviously I'm not sure if I'm being overly blunt, but it's not really a good plan for people with diabetes. And the off-label use, I call off-label, because a lot of times there are drugs called off-label use for different drugs. So I went off of that route. So these are basically diet plans that are addressing a different type of condition. And then now they're like being tested to see how people with diabetes respond. And one of the studies showed this Diet Fit study, and all these references at the bottom of the slides. And I'm happy if you all want to get the slide, that's fine with me. So it showed basically that whether someone was on a high carb diet or a low carb diet, they had the same response, because as long as you had a well-planned healthy diet, that's what mattered. So I'm going to show you some evidence between the two diets that are primarily out there right now, the Mediterranean diet and the DASH diet. So if you're not familiar with the Mediterranean diet, it's geared towards heart health, and also for anti-inflammatory, because it's rich in omega-3 fatty acids. It is a higher fat diet, but the fat is totally different. It's the rich in omega-3s, monounsaturated fats, very heart healthy. It's a lower carb diet relative to other diets that are out there, but it's not that low. It's within the range of recommendations. It's low to moderate. Obviously based on a lot of plants. The main animal source is going to be fish. So it's enough protein, adequate protein. So it works just fine. So people with diabetes versus a controlled diet, by the way, all this is with type 2 diabetes. They had greater A1C levels or improved, if there was a greater decrease. And then also the lipid profiles were better if you followed a Mediterranean diet. So it's a solid plan. If that's something of interest to you, then you want to, Old Ways is a really good resource. Obviously they're going to be addressing the Mediterranean diet, and then you'll adopt it for diabetes plans. The DASH diet, which is the dietary approach to stop hypertension. Beautifully designed study on this diet. And it's rich in potassium and calcium and lower in sodium to control hypertension and high blood pressure. It is a higher carb diet with 55% of your calories coming from carbs. It's a moderate amount of protein, and it's a decent amount of fat. It's a little on the some people would say it's lower fat. It's like, I don't know. It's pretty. You have enough fat. It's good, but it's primarily unsaturated fat. And this is like one of my favorite meal plans because it's not restrictive in anything. I mean, it even tells you just keep your sweets under 4 servings a week. That's like the first diet plan I've ever seen do that. I mean, it's just awesome. But it's very, very rich. If people get a little intimidated by the 8 to 10 servings of fruits and vegetables a day, the portion sizes on the DASH diet are different. They're much more manageable than it looks. And there's a website to help you with that. But anyway, so this is a clinical trial, and it was a short-term clinical trial, and it was a smaller number, but it showed promise. And so what they found is the ones on the DASH diet they actually dropped weight. Their fasting glucose and their A1C levels both improved. Their lipid profile was improved, and they lowered the blood pressure because that's kind of what this thing does. That's what the diet does. So there you go. It's a solid plan. We don't have as much evidence for DASH for people with diabetes, but the potential is there. And let me know if I'm going too fast. So for the off-label diets, you can convert these to your diabetes principles. You can keep it with your consistent meal times. Plan those foods and make sure your meals your carbohydrates sources are spread out evenly. So it will require a little bit more of a planning and probably maybe some measuring until you get used to the amounts. And then there's enough protein in the plan to spread that out with every meal. Fiber is also there because of the fruits and vegetables and whole grains. The biggest issue with the risk is that there's minimal risk for people with type 2 diabetes. Frankly, I don't see an issue with people with type 1. But I didn't see a lot of evidence for people with type 1. And it easily meets nutritional needs. Both of them do. Remember, typically we have more evidence for a Mediterranean diet than we do DASH. Okay, so the one tool that you all may be most familiar with is the diabetes plate. So some of this may be a refresher. So I'm going to hopefully give you some additional pointers and some additional tools. But the diabetes plate is actually a really solid approach to maintaining and managing your blood glucose levels. So you take, and the plate is a 9-inch plate. So not one of those super big plates. I work with clients, so, there's like always a stretching of things. And, we're all human. So anyway, so half your plate is your non-starchy vegetables. And then you have a quarter of it is your carbohydrate rich foods, and which is basically your milk. Well, we'll get to that. And then your protein foods. And here they also, have water or non-calorie drink. This is the standard graphic, and that's fine, and it works really well. But I personally like, this one because it shows them food. Actually, this is what's called the diabetes. It's a placemat. I shared the supplement with the group, but you can actually download this. So it's another way, kind of just give you some visualization versus a drawing. Once again, it's a 9-inch plate. And so the biggest thing you want to point out on this placemat is that you just notice the milk and the yogurt. Hang on, I go. The milk and the yogurt is in the carbohydrate group, and cheese is in the protein group. There is not a lot of lactose or milk sugar in cheese. It's pretty much a protein source. So I just wanted to let you know that. All right, I like this representation. This is actually from the Center for Disease Control, or CDC, because what this one does is still reinforces the 9-inch plate, but it also points out the fact that you still have to meet your nutritional needs, in the fact that, so you can use like a cup of milk, or like a half a cup of fruit salad or something like that, or a small apple or something, because every adult needs at least 2 servings of fruit and 2 servings of dairy. Now, one of those servings could be from cheese for the dairy group, if you're looking at my plate. But I just wanted to point that out, that the plate is helpful in managing your amounts, and that's good. But yet from a nutritional needs standpoint, you still have to meet your minimum number of recommendations. But the plate is awesome for helping you to quickly and easily control your amounts. Okay, so then people are thinking, oh man, I'm just going to be eating, it's kind of that plate. It may look a little boring. Well, the American Diabetes Association did a really nice job with it's called their Food Hub, and it's a searchable database program. And you can search by kid friendly, by preferences, by different types of meals. It's really good. And so they have these options. And so this is their sample breakfast options. So you have, I have to keep moving myself around. So anyway, so you have, this is the Greek yogurt and guacamole and your guacamole toast. And then what every option you get is, you also get, when you click on the recipe, you get a full-fledged breakdown. And so you get your total carbs, which we'll talk about later, but you also know your basically number of servings of fruit, and your carbohydrates and your carbohydrate. So it really will help you plan. And the recipes are really manageable. They have like normal foods and everything. I mean, my colleagues know this, I came to this field because of science and not culinary. And so I really appreciate when recipes are like normal and doable. So, and that really works really well. Here's some classic 9-inch plates. The one on the left, the chicken with rosemary and garlic, that's your more classic looking approach with the half non-starchy vegetables. But the middle one with the Southwest turkey meatloaf, they actually added some fruit into the salad. Totally legitimate to do that. It's a way of sneaking in the fruit without having it as a separate entity. But you just need to remember that is a carb choice. And then they give you slow cooker recipes. The website down here is an article that helps to explain the diabetes plate and how to convert the concept into meals. So it's really helpful. So then, of course, you also have snack recipes on the Food Hub. The one on the left, this is your mozzarella with your tomatoes and your balsamic sauce or, flavoring. And so this is a low carb option, which works out really great if you're hungry. And, but yet you don't have any more carbs left in your allotment for the meal. This is a good option to have. Okay. I don't know, that's, to me, looks more like a party favor than I would normally serve myself, but you can prep those ahead of time and you're good to go. Of course, the one on the right is also a classic, basically apple and peanut butter approach, but makes it look really nice and fancy. So anyway, they have snack options for you too. So overall, the diabetes method, the diabetes plate method is really good. It'll keep your measurements in check without having to deal with measuring everything. Because of half the plate is non-starchy vegetables, you're going to be getting minimum fiber every meal, which is great. There's really no risk factors. You're not going to overdo, so you're not going to overshoot your glucose levels, and you're not going to drop too low. Your nutritional needs can be met. You just have to be a little bit careful making sure about the dairy and the fruit, depending how you work your carb group. That's all. Okay. But otherwise it's very manageable. It's what I also like about the diabetes plate method is if you, or when we can go back out to restaurants, but it helps you to manage the amount of food you get from restaurants. And so you don't eat the whole plate. A lot of the time the restaurants will give you typically servings that at least served 2 to 3 people in the portion size world, where yet everybody eats that whole plate. So take advantage of that, and now you have 2 or 3 meals you don't have to cook. So anyway, it also helps if you're going out with friends and you don't want to have to measure your food. It gives you a good basic premise to make it a lot more manageable. You just go out and have a good time. To zero in a little bit more though, if there's carb counting. I'm not sure if a lot of you have been instructed on this or know about this. I've got some additional resources for you on this one too. But carb counting is basically really aptly named, and basically you're counting all your carbs. And so what it does is it literally tracks all your grams, what the sources are, where, and when are you having them. And it helps you to zero in, and especially if type 1, it helps you to zero in and have your medicine fit with your diet, or your activity levels fit with your diet. And that works great. It helps you to kind of tighten up it a little bit and really maintain some good control. And that way you can even get better handle on it to reduce your complications for later on, minimize your low blood sugar or high blood sugar. All that kind of works really well. The biggest downfall to carbohydrate counting is that it is flexible, and and I'll show you how to be flexible. So sometimes you may make some choices that are not the most nutritionally sound, but like I said, we're all human. So, but there is a lot more measuring involved until you get the handle of it. And then you get used to, because most people choose similar foods on a regular basis. So you'll be able to start recognizing how much the normal portion is. But try not to get too cocky on that. Keep checking yourself on a regular basis. So this was an article that was written. It's really good. It's a PDF file that you can just download. It's awesome to help you walk through how do you use the nutrition facts label, how do you manage the carb counting. It's a good resource. I like it because it's called your go-to cheat sheet, and that's about right. It's not very long. It literally is like a cheat sheet. So it's really, really helpful. And then, so a carb choice is basically anything with 15 grams. So you typically, a slice of bread is 15 grams, and a piece of fruit. Well, I shouldn't say just a piece of fruit. Probably like a small to medium apple is about 15 grams. A banana typically is 2 carb servings. And so dairy, milk, a cup of milk is about 12 grams of carbs, but it's still within the range. So it's called the carb serving. So that's 1 cup. But this is a key thing here. What we mean carb serving may not be the normal food serving. So a small potato is normally a serving, but it's actually 30 grams of carbs. So then it's really 2 carb servings. So just to kind of give you a heads up on that. The carbohydrate grams, where to find those. The link below is from the CDC, and it's really a really well done table of foods, of common foods, and the portion size of what is in 1 carb choice. So it's actually really good to download that. The nutrition facts label is a really excellent source to count your carbs, because it's literally right there. That's required to be on every label, is your total carbohydrate. So other thing to check is your serving size. So you have a half a cup of whatever this is. Sorry, I don't know what this is. It doesn't matter. And then you have a half a cup, and then you have it, so it gives you 13 grams. But the other thing to watch out for is that you have 4 servings per whatever this container is. So therefore, if you consume the whole container, you now have 52 grams of carbs. So always check the total carbs, but then you confirm it, what is that serving size? And that's what you measure out. But that means you can switch things in and out of your carb servings. So if you really, so anyway, I'll get to that when we get to the menu. I'll show you a sample menu. So that's really helpful. That's a great way of finding some quick information. There are carb counting apps available to kind of have a quick resource for you. And then another resource is USDA. If you can't find something, it's not on the app's not complete, the list isn't specific enough, you can actually go to USDA, and then National Analysis, NIL. Oh my gosh, I just spaced what that is. Anyway, and you just put your food in right here in this Food Central, and you just type in this Food Data Central, you put your food in, and it will list everything in that food, and not just carbs. You'll get grams of protein, grams of fat, types of fat, types of, amount of fiber, your vitamins and minerals, the amount of calories. And so this is kind of like the gold standard that we all go to if we need to start making lists of carbohydrate foods. We'd use this one. So anyway, that's another option for you. Okay, so how to determine carb servings for yourself. Okay, this one I'm going to have to do my quick disclaimer. Since I don't know you all or your individual needs, I can't give specific individual recommendations. If this is something you want to try, I would talk with your healthcare team. If you're on medication, at least talk with your pharmacist. And like Raul said earlier today, there is no one size fits all. It basically goes on what are your needs, like with your job, your family, if your activity needs, all of those things are taken into consideration when we figure out your calorie needs and we figure out how to space it out throughout the day. All of that needs to be adjusted for you. So what I'm going to be showing you is the general idea of how this is set up. And then it's always adjusted because we give our best effort, and then we figure out we'll do that work for you, and then we make adjustments. Okay. So the sample approach as a whole, generally speaking, we typically start out at 50% calories from carbs, once again, depending on your needs. So this is basic math. So you go 18, so if you have an 1,800 calorie a day diet plan, which is fairly normal. So you divide, take half of that, which gets you to 900 calories. And then for every gram of carb, you get 4 calories. So basically you then divide, you cross multiply and divide, and you take 4 into 900 and you get 200 to 225 grams of carb a day. So, and then that gets spread out across your meals and an evening snack. Okay. And remember, expect adjustments. Things don't always work the first time. Not that I'm expecting wide swings or anything, but it just never works the first time. We try to get it close. So this is a sample classic approach for somebody with diabetes. It's 3 meals and a snack. So if somebody had an 1,800 calorie and they chose a slightly lower amount of carbs, but if you notice that, and how this looks is like all the amount of carbs are in parentheses for the grams of carbs. And it shows you that, basically they kept the grams of carbs around 60 grams for each meal. But overall, it's a fairly, well, if you can get rid of all the numbers, it's a fairly normal looking menu. It's like, so you get rolled oats, half a cup, not much, just to let you know, but oats will fill you up. There's good water soluble fiber. But so this is a very nice stabilizing breakfast and kind of keep you going. And then lunch is it's your sandwich and with some baby carrots and Greek yogurt with some blueberries. Okay. And then you got to dinner a nice 6 ounces of baked chicken, which is actually a large piece of chicken. It's and then brown rice, cup of brown rice. Holy cow, that's like 3 carbs, right? That's your 3 carb choices. And then 1 cup of steamed broccoli is 12. That's because it's a cup. Broccoli is a low carb vegetable. It typically has about 5 grams of carbs, and we don't overtly always count those. So anyway, that's 1 cup. Then there's low fat cheese. And then your protein source with your 2 tangerines for your carb source. So anyway, it's pretty standard and fairly safe, planning. But as far as measuring, a lot of people are like going, oh, geez, now we got to do measuring cups. We got to wash measuring cups. This is a pain. As long as you have your hands, you can actually have your own measuring cups. So, anyway, so it makes it super easy, relatively speaking. So you don't have to dirty up any more measuring cups. A scale is always nice, but if you don't have it, not super critical. And so this will help you keep you in check. Oops, sorry, I want to make sure. Okay, so this help you keep you in check and with your portion sizes. Once again, if you want to kind of use your 9-inch My Diabetes plate as a reference, and then you can adjust. So I'm gonna let you go on that. Hopefully you guys get my slides. So carbohydrate counting. Consistent meal times, that's up to you all, but yes, that's important. Consistent carbohydrate amounts, absolutely, just requires more measuring. You can always go back to the diabetes plate if you're going out with your friends or family. Definitely include protein in every meal. That's important. The fiber will be there based on the carbohydrate choices. So short-term risk is really minimal. It's actually, as long as you're balancing it with your meds and your activity, this will actually help keep you in shape. A lot of this will track what Raul said in the first session. Okay. So a lot of what he said will work, that works within carbohydrate counting. And the reason why I said pending planning with the carbohydrate counting, well, because the carbohydrate counting with the flexibility, it allows you to kind of divert and choose choices that may not be the most nutritionally sound. And so you may skip a fruit one day because you wanted something else. those kind of things. So it depends on your planning. I try to go with the 90-10 on that. 90% of the time, follow your nutritional plan. 10% of the time, at least maintain your carbohydrates. And you may not meet your nutritional plan during that 10%, but regardless, watch your carbs. I hope that made sense. And then, so quick summary on the main diet plans that are out there with diabetes. Diabetes plate is bare minimum. Work with that. It's a good way to control your portions without overly having to work. Carbohydrate is great to help you fine tune and really zero in on that target, and provides a lot more flexibility if you're traveling, what's available and all that. The off-label diets, more Mediterranean diet principles and DASH work great. We have more evidence for Mediterranean diet and than DASH. Just work it within your portion sizes as well as your carb counts. But that can be used to help guide your food selection. The ketogenic diet, once again, I frankly would not recommend. And you can achieve the goals if you want to maintain a healthy weight. Those are, I would follow what Raul was mentioning on the morning, and you can still do a healthy weight with those principles and with a lot less risk. Okay, real quick, I want to do this with Thanksgiving coming up. I want to just throw this out there because sometimes it gets really frustrating when you see all these foods that are out there and you feel like maybe you can't handle everything. It's not an either or situation with this. So there is a lot, both Splenda and Stevia are heat stable, so you can bake with them. And they have recipes already planned out for you. And they give the carb counts and everything. I'm not saying to go out and grab some pie. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying you can work it into your plan without feeling like you're depriving yourself. But I really want to point out here really quick. These two are from the Splenda site. And I believe the Splenda site has a Spanish website that you can switch over to and get the recipes in Spanish. So if you go but you notice that this is 1/16 of a pie. You get 30 grams. Both of these are about 30 grams per serving. So 1/16 of a pie. I don't know if you can cut a pie small enough to get 1/16 of a pie. But there's other pre-made pies with their labels, and if you don't want to bake. But I wanted to give you some flexibility on that, just to show that you can work things in, maintain control, and still enjoy food, enjoy family and friends. And then, so I want to thank you, but I also want to put a really quick plug. If you really want some more education and work through this, we have it's called Kitchen Creations. It's a statewide program. It's offered in various counties, and as my colleague Cassandra organizes this, and it is basically designed for people with diabetes, how to cooking with diabetes, meal planning. And it's across the state, different departments, different counties. And it's also now virtual. So if that's something that's of interest to you, the website, I forgot to put it on my slide, but the website is kitchencreations.nmsu.edu. So it's part of New Mexico State. So kitchencreations.nmsu.edu. It's all free. The program is totally free based on partnerships. So please check that out. There's also some videos if you want to hear about from past participants. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We do have a couple questions for you, if you don't mind.
One of the questions was if the South Beach diet still existed.
The South Beach diet still what?
If it still existed, if people were still using it.
That's a good question. I have not seen the South Beach diet out as much. It's your classic. It's a kind of a classic fad diet. How it fades in. It falls under the like the zone diet. It used to be the zone diet now as well. It falls on. It's the 40% carbohydrate diet plan, which falls right within the minimum amount you need for carbohydrates. But I haven't seen South Beach out as much. I haven't seen their frozen foods or anything. The South Beach diet, if you do phase 3, it's a stable version. It's fine. It's nutritionally sound. Phase 1 and 2 are a little bit too low in carbs. So it's geared more towards heart health than it is towards diabetes. So it was written by a cardiologist, I believe. But if that's something you want to try, I would at least I would stay with phase 3 and not go any lower than that. But I haven't seen it. That's a good question. Has anyone else seen it? I haven't seen it.
We also have another question from an attendee who's been on the keto diet for quite some time, but they're ready to transition. They want to know if they can just stop following the keto diet and jump to eating a regular diet again, or if there's a process that they should follow.
Man, that's also a really good question. I'd probably do a slow build. I think what happens is when you add carbs back in, your body will start rebuilding your glycogen stores. And glycogen is stored carbohydrate, and it's in the liver and the muscle. So you're going to put on some weight in theory, but because you're putting on glycogen, which is actually a really good thing to do because it's your backup and quick energy source, and that will also store some water. So you may put on some water weight. I'd probably do a slow. It's not really much of a switch over. Your body will just adjust to carbs really quickly. So it's not a major issue if you just decide I'm just going to have a potato, and because I'm done with this, I wanted some starch. Then you're fine. I mean, it'd be fine. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to go into the keto flu or anything. So yeah, your body will adjust really quick. It prefers glucose. It runs really well off of glucose. But if you want to go slower, that'd probably be easier on you. I hope that helps.
Awesome. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you so much.
You are welcome.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Well, we're going to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Majay. She's going to talk. How are you? And you are welcome to share your screen now. And you are muted.
Unmute then. Okay. 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 Hello everyone. How are you guys all doing today? My name is Dr. Majay. I'm a podiatrist based out in Las Cruces. I am the owner of Moji Care Foot and Ankle Center. We have 2 different locations. One location is in Las Cruces. I'm there Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. And I also have another clinic at the Sierra Vista Hospital in Truth or Consequences, and I'm there every Wednesday. So I am accepting new patients, and so if you are looking into finding a podiatrist who can provide routine foot care, certainly do give us a phone call, okay? I really want to thank the organizers for having me present at the 16th Annual Diabetes Expo. Thank you guys very, very much for inviting me. All right, let's get started. I'll be talking to you guys today about diabetic neuropathy. Okay. First of all, what is diabetes mellitus? Now, this is a condition that affects about 23.6 million individuals in the United States. Unfortunately, about 24% of those cases are actually undiagnosed. This certainly is a very big problem in the United States. In 2015, it was the 7th leading cause of death in individuals in the United States. And we've also found that 25% of hospital admissions of diabetic patients are related to problems in their feet. So certainly there is a high correlation between diabetic patients and problems with their feet. And some of them unfortunately end up going to the hospital. Ulcerations of the foot is one of the most common causes of lower extremity amputations in diabetic patients. And worldwide, a limb is amputated every 30 seconds. So certainly diabetes and infections, especially in the foot, it's a very, very big problem that we certainly need to find out ways that we can reduce that. Let's first talk about the overview today, what we're going to be talking about. The first we're going to be talking about is diabetic neuropathy, the role of a surgical podiatrist, what really happens in a diabetic foot examination. I'll also be talking about the infected calcaneus. This is called, it's also known as a heel bone, and why it's very, very important to avoid getting an infection in the heel bone. I will also be discussing about how to prevent or delay neuropathy in your feet. And finally, I'll be talking about tips on buying diabetic shoes. Let's first talk a little bit about diabetic neuropathy. Now, what is that? This is a type of nerve damage that occurs in diabetic patients. When a patient has a really high blood sugar, this can negatively affect the nerves in the feet. This can lead to sensations such as burning, tingling, numbness. Patients oftentimes complain of a glove stocking feeling, meaning that they can't really feel their hands very well and they can't really feel their feet very well. Now, who is a surgical podiatrist? That's me. A surgical podiatrist is actually a physician who specializes in the foot and ankle. And what can a podiatrist do? We can perform diabetic foot examinations, which I'll discuss. We can also assist in prescribing diabetic shoes and orthotics in conjunction with your primary care doctor. We can surgically clean wounds. And unfortunately, for patients that have really, really bad infections in their foot, we unfortunately do perform amputations as well. We also debride or shave corns and calluses. And we cut toenails. Let's first talk about the clinical evaluation and what really happens in a diabetic foot examination. Okay. Well, we assess the presence or absence of neuropathy. Remember, we kind of talked about neuropathy. That's that, tingling, numbness, burning sensation in the feet. We do this by using a 5.07 monofilament. Now, that is this little instrument in the top right-hand corner. This podiatrist is holding a white instrument, and with the little red tip, that's a 5.07 monofilament. And we basically place that in areas of the foot, and we test to see if the patient can feel it or not. And if they can't feel it, that's a high indication that the patient has neuropathy. And really, a lot of the patients who are diabetic do have neuropathy. About 40% of those patients that we see will likely have peripheral neuropathy. And of those patients, 2.5% of those develop Charcot neuroarthropathy. Now, this is a very serious condition in patients that have had uncontrolled diabetes, and it causes that classic rocker bottom deformity. So look at the picture in the bottom left corner. And as you can see, there's the foot is not in a normal position. And what that means is that on the bottom in this area, the patient is at risk of developing wounds. And with Charcot neuroarthropathy, in a severe case, the bones in the foot basically become like butter. And that can really lead to fractures and multiple issues. And these patients are at very, very, very high risk of losing their foot. Let's talk about what happens actually in a clinical assessment. We check the vascular status of the patient. So we always check the blood flow to make sure that there is enough blood going to the feet. This may include checking the dorsalis pedis and posterior tibial pulse. So the podiatrist or the other doctor would touch the top of your foot, which is called the dorsalis pedis arteries. We check for that. And then we also check the side of the foot and check the posterior tibial pulse. And if it's abnormal, we certainly do recommend you see a blood vessel doctor. We call it a vascular surgeon. We also assess skin temperature. Is the skin warm, ice cold, clammy, cool, dry? And for patients that do have thin, atrophic, or very dry looking skin, that can indicate decreased blood flow to the foot. And in these patients, we certainly do refer them over to see a vascular doctor. Let's kind of talk about what will happen in an examination. In some cases, if the podiatrist is concerned about an infection, we may order some imaging or x-rays. And most times we use a standard 3-view weight bearing of the foot. Keep in mind that in cases where we're concerned about infection, sometimes we cannot see the infection on an x-ray. So we always use our clinical judgment. Now, with plain radiographs, it usually takes about 14 days of the infection to really brew before you can see it on x-ray. We may also decide to use an MRI, which is another form of looking at the bones. We also use that especially for our patients that have diabetic foot infections. And it's very, very clear in looking for an abscess, which is a collection of pus. So when we have a patient that comes in and there's a wound and there's lots of pus in it, we may order an x-ray of the foot, but likely we're also going to order an MRI. An MRI is also very, very specific, even more specific than an x-ray in looking in a bone infection. Now, this is an example, the picture on the side, this is an x-ray of the foot, just looking at the straight top to bottom of the foot. Now, what we look at when we're a podiatrist, we look at the x-rays and we see that there is bone destruction. So when we look at this area right here, the bone is really, really hazy. And in a patient that comes in to see us, oftentimes that toe is very swollen. It might be red. It might kind of smell funny. That's all an indication of a possible infection. In addition, in a bone infection, we often see a periosteal reaction. And that's that fuzziness along this bone right here, where my arrow is. And that is all an indication of an infection in the bone. Unfortunately, once it's gotten to the bone, it's very, very difficult to treat with just intravenous antibiotics. So oftentimes a patient would need to have an amputation of that infection, of that bone area, in order to clear the foot of the infection. Let's finally talk a little bit about the infected calcaneus or the heel bone. Now, depending on the extent of the infection in the heel bone, we can or we might possibly clean that wound or debride that wound in the operating room or at in our office. Now, this may be a possibility, but it may also not be a possibility. The reason being is that by the time we see a heel infection, the area where that infection is, it's in an area where there isn't a lot of blood flow. So the patient is even at more risk of possibly losing their foot. And then I'm going to kind of show you a picture up here, the top picture on the right-hand corner. Notice how that arrow right over here, it's kind of pointing to this area that's very, very dark, this area right here. That is an area where there is an infection going on. Now, when we're looking at the x-ray, the bones of the foot look completely normal according to the x-ray, but based on our clinical suspicion as a doctor, we may decide to order an MRI. Now, when we end up doing the MRI, we see that this bone, which is a calcaneus or heel bone, is black. But notice how the other bones around this area are white. The bones that are white in this picture, the second picture in the right corner, they're all normal. But this heel bone is black because it is infected. And then the final view on the bottom, it's another view of the MRI, and the heel bone is white. And all these other bones here are black, which is normal in this view. The patient, unfortunately, has an infection of the heel. and that patient is at high risk of below knee amputation. It's very, very difficult for us to remove the heel bone without collapsing the whole foot, because the heel basically kind of build the foot. So if you remove the heel bone, you really don't have a foot. And so that's one of the reasons why these patients that have a really bad infected calcaneus or heel bone are at very, very high risk of losing their foot. Now, sometimes in order to prevent that, for example, when we see a patient that has a pressure sore on their heel, we may order a Prevalon boot. And that is a Prevalon boot is basically a heel protector, and that prevents pressure in the heel. Now, what can patients really do to prevent neuropathy? The first thing is daily foot checks. Check your feet every single day for cuts, redness, swelling, blisters, corns, and calluses, or any changes to your skin or your nails. If you're unable to really check your feet, you can always have a loved one, such as a partner or even your children, take a look, or you can even use a mirror to check the bottom of your feet. You should also wash your feet in warm, never hot water. You should also see your podiatrist, or me, at least once a year or even more frequently if you're having more foot problems. Monitor your blood sugars regularly. Also, make sure you check your HbA1c. You should also see your primary care physician frequently, because they may give you some medications that can help you with your neuropathy. Let's kind of talk about what a diabetic shoe is. A diabetic shoe is also referred to as an extra depth shoe. The primary goal is to prevent corns and calluses in the feet that can sometimes lead to ulcerations. Now, it is covered by Medicare. Medicare does cover for a pair a year. Now, keep in mind that sometimes, depending on your insurance, you may need to have an MD or a DO fill that prescription out. So if you ever come to see a podiatrist or come to see a nurse practitioner for your foot issues, we would work in conjunction with either the DO or the MD in order to get you that prescription for diabetic shoes. Okay. Let's kind of talk about tips on buying shoes for diabetic patients. Now, are there any brands that I really recommend? Well, kind of like how our personalities are all different, our feet are all different. So I really kind of am hesitant about, recommending a certain brand, because what may work on one patient may not work in another patient. So rather than kind of advertise a certain brand, I give my patients tips on finding a shoe that will work for a diabetic patient. The first thing is to avoid wearing open-toed shoes, especially to my patients that have severe neuropathy. I understand, it's New Mexico, our summers get really hot, but the reason being is that with open-toed shoes, you're at higher risk of foreign objects such as, grass, or not grass, but needles or rocks or stones or any type of foreign object on the floor from getting into your feet. And if you have, neuropathy, you may not be able to feel that. And that can lead to an ulceration and, unfortunately, even an amputation. We also recommend looking for soft leather and a wide toe box. Now, the reason why we want to have a wide toe box is because it can accommodate for different deformities. For example, if you have a bunion, or if you have, hammer toe deformity, that all can be accommodated more with a wider toe box. So this is an example of, two different shoes. We have one shoe that's a little bit more pointed. And, with that type of shoe, notice how the toes are very cramped. And that's not very good, because if you have neuropathy, you may develop a wound somewhere, and you may not be able to feel that until it's too late. So rather than go for this type of shoe, we look for a shoe that's more of a wider toe box, so the toes have enough room to move around. We also, recommend looking for a soft cushioned sole rather than a stiff sole, leather sole for shock absorption. Now, do I ever recommend breaking into a shoe? Well, first of all, for diabetic shoes, there never should be a breaking period. Your shoes should never, ever, ever hurt. I always recommend checking your feet even more frequently, 3-4 times a day, for the first few days of getting a new pair of shoes. Now, if you notice any blistering, any redness, bleeding, new corns or calluses, discontinue wearing the shoe immediately and see a podiatrist for further evaluation. In conclusion, so diabetes mellitus is a very common and increasing medical problem in the world. Diabetic foot examinations can improve patient outcome. It's important to monitor your blood sugar and wear appropriate shoes. Okay. And thank you very much. I see that we have a few questions. I'm going to kind of click on the Q&A.
And we have some from our YouTube viewers as well. So
okay, hi YouTube.
we'll let the girls ask you those questions from there. So feel free, ladies.
Okay, so I'm going to kind of look at the first one. Anonymous attendee. Hi, anonymous attendee. What are possible causes for numbness along the side of the foot pinky area? I have not been diagnosed as a diabetic, but I am borderline. Well, sometimes different types of trauma, for example, if you've ever had a traumatic accident that happened, that can affect the nerves in the foot. So it's not always about patients who are diabetic that have neuropathy. Sometimes even trauma can cause permanent damage to that nerves and cause numbness and tingling, especially for patients that have a history of back issues. If you have a history of spinal stenosis or even a herniated disc, the nerves that run along the back also go to the feet. So that can also be one of the reasons why you might have numbness on the side of the foot. And I'm assuming the pinky area is like the fifth toe, okay? Do I accept Medicaid? Sí, yo accepto Medicaid, okay? And this is from another anonymous attendee. And I think that is it. Is there any other questions? Oops.
Yes, we have some questions from YouTube.
Okay.
So we have a attendee, James. So he is a diabetic and he has been experiencing a significant number of ingrown toenails. And so he's wondering if there's a correlation with that.
There could be a little bit. The reason being is that when you have an ingrown toenail, sometimes increased pressure with wearing tight shoes can cause the nail to kind of become more curved when it's growing out. And because you're a diabetic, and again, I don't know if you have a lot of neuropathy or not, you may not be able to feel that the nail is becoming more and more cramped with the shoe. And overall, that can cause an ingrowing toenail. So I think that there is a correlation in diabetic patients, and interestingly enough, in my practice, I do see a lot of diabetic patients that have ingrowing toenails. And I think it's just because of the neuropathy and the fact that they can't feel that their shoes are too tight.
Okay, yeah, James does have neuropathy and he's had it for years, but he wanted to also ask if there was any way of reversing his neuropathy.
Not that I know of. There really isn't a way to reverse it. There's a way to control it. Now, what I find is that the best way to really kind of control your blood sugar, control the neuropathy, would be to lower your blood sugar. And also, not just lower your blood sugar, but keep your HbA1c at a normal level. But there are medications such as gabapentin that have been shown to lessen the effects of neuropathy in the feet. So if you are having a lot of issues with your feet, burning, tingling, numbness, pain, certainly, definitely talk to your primary care doctor about getting started on some medications to help with controlling the neuropathy symptoms.
Awesome. Okay, we have another question. With an amputation, are you most likely going to experience phantom pain?
That's a very good question. In my own patients, I'm going to kind of move this out of the way real quick. In my own patients, when it's just a toe amputation, there is there is less patients, when it's just a toe amputation, they're less likely to have phantom limb pain. And I want to kind of just first discuss what is phantom limb pain. Phantom limb pain is a situation where when a patient loses a body part, we call it like either a foot, toe, leg, they can actually kind of feel their foot. They can still kind of feel that their foot is still there, even though it's been amputated or removed. And some of the symptoms of phantom limb pain is itching. So they may be trying to like itch their foot, even if they don't really have a foot, or they might start to feel as if their feet are on fire, even if they've had an amputation of their foot. And this is kind of, it has to do with like the nerves. It has to do probably with the psychological effects of the condition, but it is a serious, real phenomenon. Now, I found that for patients that have a toe amputation, they don't really complain of phantom limb pain. However, for some patients that have had a below knee amputation, meaning that they've had an amputation from the knee down, they have in my own experience, they have a higher risk of developing phantom limb pain. And then one of the ways to kind of prevent that, or I should say, to control that, would be to certainly talk to their primary care doctor about getting started on some medications to help with that phantom limb pain.
Awesome. Okay, another question that we have is, do you recommend non-diabetics check their feet?
Yes, I do. And the reason being is that sometimes we found that some patients don't think they have diabetes until they see their doctor 2, 3, 4 years later, and they find out that their blood sugars are really like uncontrolled. So yes, definitely. Even if you're non-diabetic, always check your feet. Always check your feet.
Okay, another question we have from YouTube was, can a scorpion sting on the foot lead to bone infection?
Yes. Any type of puncture in the skin, whether it be a scorpion sting or a cut, any type of break in the skin can lead to increased risk of infection. That's because our skin protects the outside world, the germs, from getting into our body. Now, when you have a scorpion sting, or when you have like a cut, bacteria from the sting or even from the cut can get into the foot or into the wound, and that can kind of cause infection, which can also cause an infection in the bone.
Okay, and lastly from YouTube, we have some people wondering what insurances you accept.
Oh, great. Hi, YouTube. I accept actually all insurances. I even accept patients that don't have insurance. Yeah. So I accept Medicaid, Medicare, Humana, Blue Cross Blue Shield, Presbyterian, Aetna, all the insurances. Yeah. And I also want to mention that, you know, I do have 2 locations. So I have a location in Truth or Consequences. I'm there every Wednesday at the Sierra Vista Hospital. So if you want to make an appointment there, you can. It's still the same number, but my main office is actually in Las Cruces.
And there's a question about, how does gout affect diabetes?
How does gout affect diabetes? I find that I would say, I would say that in patients that I have seen that have gout and are diabetic, they have more of a worsening condition in their foot. So what happens in some patients that have gout for a long period of time, they have what we call gouty tophi. So they have these like bulbous prominences in their joints that can be very, very painful. Now, I find that in some patients that are diabetic, that have neuropathy, they may have some flare-ups with gouty flare-ups. And because they're neuropathic, they can't necessarily feel what's going on. And so when I do see patients who are diabetic who do have gout, by the time I see them, they oftentimes have a worser or more severe outcome, meaning that they have more pain in their foot. They may have more tophi in their foot that needs to be removed surgically. They may need, antibiotics for infection, those type of things.
And then the last question I have is, What is your recommendation on trimming of toenails, straight or rounded?
I say straight. That's my own opinion on trimming toenails, straight across. Sometimes if it's rounded, it can actually cause more of an ingrowing as it's growing out. So I always recommend patients just to kind of cut their nails straight across. And then if they notice that there is an ingrowing toenail or it's becoming more painful, come and see me right away. And I can cut it in a way where it will be less painful for you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any more questions? I don't think so. That was a great presentation, Dr. Majidi. I really appreciate you coming.
Oh, thank you guys for having me. And again, if you guys have any other questions or concerns, feel free to give me a call anytime, okay?
Absolutely. Thanks again.
All right. Thank you guys. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, everyone, we're at the end of the 16th Annual Diabetes Expo, and we really appreciate you hanging in there with us all day. There will be a survey that will be sent out to you. We really appreciate if you could fill that out for us and give us good feedback. The hope is next year we can see you guys in person. So please, again, take time to fill out that survey today, and we really appreciate everyone that joined us today, both panelists, speakers, moderators, as well as attendees. We really appreciate your time. So I hope you enjoy your Saturday. And if there's no more questions, we'll see you guys later. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.